Hey, happy Thursday night, everybody. It is April 18th, 2024. Welcome back. Great to have you guys here. Great to see you. Sorry, guys, I had a busy day today and a couple doctor's appointments and all that fun stuff, but here I am. So, we have a show tonight on wide open discussion in regards to this, that, and all of it. Thank you all for joining me. And as I always say, let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Hello, and welcome back again. It's great to see you guys. I hope you all had a great day today. I missed not being here with you guys earlier, but I had to do some things, so we're here now. That's all that matters, and I appreciate you all joining me. My apologies for this microphone. I know somebody made a comment that they don't like the way I sound through it, so my apologies. I used the other one, and for some reason, I was talking in Discord to somebody the other night, and it just stopped. It got all fuzzy and cracked up and stopped. So I got to get a new one. It is what it is. No big deal. I'll figure it out. Until then, I'm going to keep trying to adjust the settings on this the best I can. So please let me know how I sound, when I sound, when you're hearing me, I should say, and help me to figure it out until I get it figured out. So welcome everybody on this Thursday night. Week is almost over for all you hard workers out there. It is almost a weekend for those of you that don't work weekends, I should say. So come on in, guys. Get a seat, get a chair, get a couch, get a floor, grab a bean bag, grab a blanket. I don't care. Sit on a stump, whatever you want to do. Get comfortable. We got 84 peeps in here with 44 likes. Come on now. Let's get this out in the algorithm, especially this show tonight is about nothing but missing children, missing people, and something to talk. Sorry guys, I lost my train of thought. My son just walked in and spoke to me. Sorry. Something that we could do to repetitiously get stuff out there to maybe help in some of this stuff. You know what I mean? Um, it's so much now. I was looking at it this morning and last night. It's a lot, guys. It's a lot. So before I get into that, I want to talk a little bit about last night's show. It was a good show. I'll say that, but it was a lot. It was a big jumbled mess, and it was partially my fault because of the audio not working for whatever reason. I don't know what the hell was going on with that last night. And there was like people overlapping with each other and couldn't hear and that and this and that, and there were people making comments saying this one's certain person's being rude and this one was this and that, and I had a bunch of comments, and I'm disappointed because this community is so much better than all that. You know what I mean? I think that a lot of people were listening to the person that was on the phone, which is Salty, and took her in a way that she wasn't really being, because I could hear her clearly. Now, one thing I will say, okay, is yes, she was disagreeing with certain things, but I disagreed with a lot of those things too because they're not factual based information. Now, what I push here on this channel is the fact that everybody's entitled to have their own opinions, whether it's speculative, factual based, whatever it is, that's your opinion. That's your right as a human being to have your own opinions. And I want that to be accepted, okay? But I also want people's opinions to be respected. And this goes for everybody, me included, okay? I want people to be able to feel a certain way about something and not be attacked for it or be made to feel as if they're crazy or they're wrong for it. If somebody has an opinion or a theory about this, I've always said, let's be commonsensical and use some logic when we're thinking about it, like, well, I think that aliens landed and let's be realistic is what I'm saying. So that's one thing I've always pushed. And of course, please never shame any of the victims in the cases that we're talking about. So that's part of what I really only ever said. Other than that, I want everybody to have their own opinions, their own feelings, and based on what they see, using some common sense with it and things like that. So I know, Salty wasn't upset last night. She wasn't trying to come off rude. That wasn't what she was doing, any of that. And some people took it that way. And I'm trying to make everybody work in this situation. And I've spoken to her and she's clarified that's not what I was meaning to do. I wasn't trying to be that way at all. And I agreed because I didn't hear it. You know what I mean? But I couldn't hear what other people were hearing. That was the thing. in the way they were hearing, I guess I should say, because of the echoes and stuff that were going on. So here, what happens in here is what is important to me. I appreciate and really do care about everybody that comes in here. That's fact, folks. I'm a real person. You guys know me by now. I'm not going to bullshit you on that. I really do. I look for people when I don't see people that are here. I think about people that aren't here when they're not here. I think about people on other channels when there are other channels. But I care about people. I'm maybe too soft. It is what it is. I don't care. That's who I am. But I will not put up with anybody in here, because I care about all of you, attacking each other. That's what I keep stressing to you guys. I don't want you guys to do that to each other. Because all in all, guys, in the end, this is the biggest part of this whole thing. It's not worth it. This case that this whole Idaho thing is what has caused all this, everybody. We know that, okay? But it ain't worth it, because in the end, we're going at each other's throats or feeling bad because somebody said something that we didn't like or made us feel this way or that way. It has nothing to do with us. We're just interested in this damn case because it's so crazy. And we feel certain ways about different things and this and that and everything else, but it's not worth going at each other. We're here with each other every day. We have each other's backs in these communities. We support each other. If anybody were to go at somebody else, we're there for that person. And to go at each other because we just can't accept that what is going on in this case could be this or could be that or couldn't be this or couldn't be that. It's not worth it. I don't care. I don't care that much about it. To have somebody be upset with me or me get upset with somebody else. It's not worth it, guys. It's not. And I won't. The cases that I care about are the ones with Sebastian Rogers, Matty Soto, and Summer Wells and stuff. I care about those. Now, don't get me wrong. I do care about like Idaho and the outcome that the girls and Ethan get true justice. I do. But I don't care enough about what's going on in the case right now to fight with somebody over is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? So I just want everybody to understand that this community is for everyone. This community was built for everyone. This community was built for people to be able to come in here and feel like they're home, they're comfortable. And I don't want anybody in here, of course, that doesn't want that. Which we don't have trolls that come in here. We really don't. Maybe once every 6 months or whatever, but it is what it is. You know, and it's not worth it, guys. I really do care about everybody that comes in here as a person. And I don't want anybody to feel bad. Nobody. I don't ever want anybody to come in here and leave here feeling bad about themselves or feeling bad about something that was done or said, ever. We're all we got, you guys. I say that all the time. We are all we have in all these communities. Why should we go at each other? This world is crazy enough as it is. It's insane. We got to be the ones to make it right, at least with each other. We should have each other's backs. You know what I mean? And that's all. And if that's not the way any one person feels, then this isn't the community for them. I get that. That's okay. I have no hard feelings for that. My door is always open to anybody. I had somebody that messaged me, emailed me today, or it was last night, that said, I haven't been there a long, long time. I hope that you would still be welcoming to me. Of course I would. Of course I would. And that's with anybody. So I want everybody to know that, okay? But once again, sometimes, and I know you guys know this, misinformation can be dangerous in some ways to these cases. And it's not cool. It's not good. You know, it can mess up the case in some senses. And then you got 3,500 people that are taking something that was misinformed and they run with it. And then it flips the whole case upside down and people are like, where the hell did this come from? You know what I mean? So I try as hard as I can to make sure that everything we talk about is based on fact. We do speculate. It's part of what the whole thing on YouTube is about in true crime. And there's a lot of stuff that's alleged. So I just wanted to put that out there. You know, I love you guys more than I can ever explain in words, because you guys are who you are. Me. I wouldn't be sitting here right now if it wasn't for any of you. Okay. And you guys support me. You supported me through everything, anything. Okay. As I do with you the best I can when I'm here. And I try to bring you guys the very best I can, because that's what I feel you guys deserve. And I will continue to do that. So I just want everybody to respect each other and respect their space in here, their feelings about things. Don't be rude to people. Little digs here and there and snide remarks about it. It doesn't make it change. If you feel that way about something, then okay. You don't have to voice everything you feel, guys. I don't. If I did, oh boy. Just saying, I oh boy. You know? We need to keep this space nice and where we want to be. Just like when we go to other channels, because this community is shared by multiple channels at this point. We know that Cluminati's channel, Duchess's channel, Arctic Fox's channel, Mind of Monsters. There's multiple other channels that we all kind of share a community, and we all go to these different channels, me included. And Duchess and Arctic come in here, Clue comes in here. We go to theirs, blah blah blah. We need to keep it so that we're all comfortable going and visiting our neighbors, as you want to put it. You know what I mean? So that's all I'm asking from you guys. I would never, ever, purposely, ever disrespect anybody in this community, ever. And I just don't want other people to do it. You guys can tell me, hey, you know what, Dago? F off. You know, bye, whatever. And that's okay. My door's still going to be open to you. That's all. So, guys, thank you for letting me rant. I do love you guys to death. I appreciate every one of you more than you guys know. I appreciate the support. I appreciate the support that you guys, that I've seen, that you guys are giving to all these other channels that we've recently been introduced to. Arctic Fox, a great channel. Duchess, of course, Cluminati's channel. I know there's people that don't like every single person that we go to, but you know what, guys? We're all adults. That's all I'm saying. And I appreciate the fact that we can be. So, and I thank you all for being who you are, guys. That's what it is. I thank you all for being who you are, for being able to come in here and have an open mind. That's what this is all about, guys. You know, I could never thank you enough because I wouldn't be sitting here, like I said, doing what I'm doing if it weren't for any of you. So thank you for that. So let's see who has graced us with their presence tonight as I'm sitting here ranting on, being Mr. Wishy Wish, whatever. I appreciate you all once again jumping in. This is going to be a wide open conversation about all of these missing children and the different things that go into place with these cases, and the things that we need to talk about it. So thank you for being here. Welcome back, Andy Rose. It's great to see you tonight. Miss Brandy B, can you hear me? I see you. Welcome, Brandy. It's great to see you. Mr. Donald D. Nice, welcome back, my friend. Thank you for joining us last night. I appreciate you. Party of Fives in the house. Welcome, Josie West. Great to have you back. Miss Salty Sleuth is in the house. Welcome. Let's see. Illuminati, great to see you. Whoa. Oh, okay. That you can't say words like that without me catching it. Love Tina, great to see you tonight. Thank you for being here. Virginia Wolf, welcome back, my brother. Okay, yeah, glad to have you here. Sorry about that. Miss Doodlebug, there's the link again for Salty's channel. Thank you, Doodle. I appreciate that very much. Miss Sherry, thank you for being here. Wisdom Speaks, great to have you. Great to see you tonight. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Welcome. Good to see you, little one. Thank you for being here. Mr. Arctic Fox, True Crime in the house. Thank you for joining us, brother. Once again, glad to have you here. Hello, Miss Kimber. Thank you for joining us tonight. Great to see you, Miss Cassie. Hello. Great to see you tonight. Miss Zelda, hope you're not too tired, but thank you for jumping in with us tonight. I appreciate you so very much. Walt Harris, what's going on, brother? Good to see you tonight. Deborah Thompson, welcome back, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Steve, SWTC's in the house. Thank you for your support, my friend. Great to see you. Butterflies, 71 in the house. Welcome back, my friend. Thank you for joining us. Jingles. Thank you for joining us tonight. D. Smith, welcome back. Great to see you. Kate Pruitt, hello. How are you tonight? Great to see you. B. Williams, welcome back. Great to see you as well. Ms. Carolyn Miller, always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you very much. I want to thank all of my moderators who, once again, I could not, nor would not, or should not do this without. Thank you for everything you do. I appreciate you all so very much for being here. Party of Five, great to see you tonight. Let me see if I'm missing any. Spooky Paws, what's going on with you? Great to see you. CL, welcome back to you. Great to see ya. Thank you for joining us. Let me see here. Nope, not today. 62, welcome back. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us tonight. B. Oakley, it's been a minute. Great to see you. Welcome back. Lip Locked. No More's in the house. Welcome. Good to see you. Let's see. Love Tina 2010. Welcome back. Good to see you. Miss Vicky Harrison in the house. Welcome back, Vicky. Great to have you here. Walt Harris, I did see you, my friend. Good to see you, brother. Gwen Rad. What is it? I swear that I'm not saying that right. Rad? I think that's how you say it. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Welcome. Good to see you. Jody, welcome back to you, my dear. Thank you for joining us. Kaylee, good to see you. Thank you for being here tonight with us. Let me see here. In Stitches, good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you very much. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Let me see. Why is this going so slow tonight? Something's not going. I don't know if it's YouTube, StreamYard, or my computer, which don't make no sense, but my DS, good to see you. Terry Martin, welcome back, dear. Good to have you here. I got to get you and Kimber together. I will do that tonight. D. Smith, Duty Bug is in the house. If I didn't say it already, welcome, Doodle. I love you to death. Thank you so much for joining me. One of my producers helps me with everything I do. I appreciate you very much. Miss Amber Milby, hello from Ohio. How you doing, neighbor? Good to see you tonight. T2014, welcome back to you. And that goes for all you meatballs that are jumping in the sauce with us tonight. I appreciate y'all so very much. Thank you for joining us. While we spill some sauce, let's see. Did I catch everybody? Miss Leslie and Billy, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Oh, hey, Mr. Walt Harris just gifted a membership out, and it went to Nope, Not Today, 62. That's awesome. Thank you so very much, Walt. We appreciate that. And Nope, Not Today, welcome back to the sauce, or if you haven't been, welcome to the sauce. We appreciate that so much, and we love having you in this family. Thank you for being here with us. That's right. Grab life by the meatballs. Good Lord, Doodle. Good Lord. You guys are awesome. Appreciate you so very much. Every one of you. All right. Now, the first thing I'm going to do, this is something that's going to be happening on a regular. Let's see here. All right. Bing, bang, boom. Thank you, Arctic. Got something a little extra to talk about. Let's see, guys. There's something I'm going to start playing in here. Just every show, pretty much, because it needs to be, and it's going to help in some ways. It needs to be played because there's so much of it going on. Chris Dohaney, welcome. It's good to see you. It's been a while, bro. Good to have you back. I just saw another name real quick. Where'd it go? Terry Martin. Maybe it wasn't. Well, must have been my eyes. All right, guys. So Doodlebug put this together. She's got a channel as well. And Walt Harris, I'm a member for 4 whole months. That's amazing because I got to tell you guys, and this is unbelievable to me. Walt was one of the biggest trolls we ever had here, and still is a troll. I got to be honest with you. Walt Harris is a troll, but Walt Harris is part of this family and part of this community because he's been here for so long, but he's respectful about it, and he supports us and what we do. So Walt, we love you. We appreciate you. And thank you so very much for being part of this community. And congrats, my friend, on 4 months. So, what I want to do real quick, yes, he is my troll, my personal troll. Walt Harris is my personal troll. That's exactly right. Welcome, Golf Inspector. Guys, if we can drop Doodlebug's link in the chat, because this is from her channel per se. And she put this together, but I'm gonna start playing this in every show I have if I can. Thank you, Doodle. There's the link right there. Please jump over there real quick, guys. Subscribe, show some love. and let's help grow that channel so she can continue to do what she's doing, because it's nothing but great stuff, folks. It really is nothing but great stuff. Thank you, Sherry, too. So I'm going to play this, and I'm going to show you. We may put it in different places throughout different shows, but it's something I'm going to try to be playing every time I have a live stream. So welcome, W. Smith. And unfortunately, yes, Sebastian is still missing. So again, Doodle, thank you for putting it together, hon. I appreciate this very much. You did a great job, in my opinion, on this. And I want you guys to see this, and I want you to look at it, like literally, really look at it. Because it's sad, for one, but it's important that we see these spaces. That's a point right there. It's the only troll we love seeing is Walt Harris. And it's great because I have my own personal troll. Welcome, Philip Hughes, my friend. Great to see you today. Appreciate you very much being in here. Hi, today's treatment in your wife's hands. My sister too, always a hoot. Awesome, Philip. I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you're doing well. And I'm glad that they take such good care of you. They speak very highly of you. So welcome again, Philip. It's great to have you here, my friend. All right, here we go. Give me 1 second. Let me get this loaded in, guys. I didn't get to play this the other night, and I was not very happy about it, but it's okay. It was because of the tornado crap, I got to do what I got to do, I guess, but whatever. All right, let's try this now. Boom. Again, Duty, thank you for this, hon. Great job, and thank you all for supporting this. Welcome, Sheila Dean. And we love new people. Guys, please, if you will, welcome everybody that you see that looks new with open arms, as we do with everybody. Welcome, Patriot. Great to see you. Exactly, Cass. Let's see. Is that a scar on the right? Yes, this is a scar, guys. If anybody wants to ask, it's not going to hurt my feelings, okay? It starts here and it goes all the way around. It's like a horseshoe. It's my lucky spot, I guess. I had brain surgery 24 years ago for something called an AVM. It's an arterial ventricular malformation, where all the arteries and veins grow into a ball of spaghetti, basically, and it cuts all the circulation off, and it causes a lot of different problems. So I had to go in, they had to take all this out, they had to resect it, take it out, put it back together, and here I sit with you right now, 24 years later. But that's what the scar is from. I didn't get into a fight, no accident. I didn't have my brains changed out or nothing, but that's all. And don't ever worry about asking me, guys. I know some people are like, I'm so afraid to ask this and that and everything else. Don't ever worry about that. All right. Let's see here. Absolutely, Stila. Again, Doodle, great job with this, and thank you for putting this together, hon. We appreciate you for what you do. And I really do, because you do a lot. All right, here we go. Okay, sorry, I had to fix something. Here we go. Okay, guys. Doodlebug, that is absolutely enthralling. It's amazing, and I love it. And I will run that. And we're going to add to it, guys, as we can. Molly has things that we'll all throw into this to keep adding to it as much as we can because there's so many people out there. Um, Doodlebug did, JC. And it opens your eyes. And I mean, as you noticed in the beginning and throughout, there's so many, just even in Tennessee, there were so many people in such a little time, we have to do what we can do, and that's what we're doing. Um, and I promise you guys, this is what I'm doing. I will cover other stuff in true crime. I will. There's a lot, okay? This is my passion, my goal, to make something happen with this. And I will, with the help of all of you, all these other great creators, these amazing creators that are some are here. Um, some aren't right now, but you know, we can make some kind of an impact in some senses. Um, I'm gonna have another one we're gonna look at here in a minute. Deborah Thompson, welcome. Deborah, Kimberly Decker, welcome. Grateful to have you here. Cat K, welcome back. Good to have you here. And we're gonna do this regularly, every day, if I can, maybe twice. Who knows? Um, I'd like to bring up, if I can, Arctic Fox, if he'll join me to speak a little bit as well, because he's another driving force in this fight that we have to help save our children. I guess if you want to call it that, um, so there's a link in chat, Arctic. If you see it, bro, if you want to grab it and jump up here with me real quick, I would really appreciate it. I'd like you to say a few things as well because you do a wonderful job, my friend, and I appreciate being an ally with you in what we do. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Always, always, always. Again, guys, there's a link for Arctic. Oh, where'd it go? Arctic Fox True Crime. Same thing. A very strong driving force in this war to save our children, I guess you could say, or just in general, missing people in general, folks. But mostly, this is a push for our kids. Leave our kids alone, okay? So, what do you think? You like that video, sir?
Absolutely. Doodle did an amazing job with it.
She's just amazing in general. But yeah, she did. Molly puts pieces of stuff in with that. She does stuff with that as well. Like I said, these are the people that help to produce everything. Salty has thrown things in to help produce things as well. She does a great job. They all do wonderful jobs, all of them, and I am so grateful for all of them. I'm grateful, like I said, not to get all mushy or anything, but I'm grateful to have met you to where we can align and work together to do these things that we're trying to do to make something happen in this world. Trying to push to make these things get seen a lot more than they did. So thank you, sir, for that and for being here and joining me tonight. Is there anything you wanted to put out there, say? And I have this other one you sent me we're going to throw in there tonight, too, as well.
Hey, it's always an honor to be on panel with you. I mean, I'm glad I found your channel. I didn't even realize you knew who I was from Adam when I first came in your chat, and I was
Oh, yeah.
surprised when you started talking about me. But yeah, I mean, together we can make a huge difference. It takes a village, all of us working together. And if everyone would do what you're doing, what I try to do over on my channel, what Duchess does over there, like so many others are doing, like Clue does, we would be amazed how many of these kids that we could bring home.
Amen. Amen, brother. I appreciate that. I do. Mind of Monsters, another great channel. Um, and mods, if we can drop all these links, please. Cluminati's in here as well. I know Dutchie's not here. Mind of Monsters is not here, but I want their links dropped in here because these are all amazing channels. As well as Doodlebug's channel, Salty's channel. There's too many of us out here, you guys, to not be doing what we're doing. Okay. and it's going to make a difference. I exactly what Arctic said. So, and yeah, I've been watching you for a while, bud. Um, so, and I think you do great stuff. There it is. Mind a Monster. She's been up here a couple times with us too. She does amazing stuff over there. She's worked with Arctic Fox and Duchess for a while on
Yep.
different things. So these are all amazing, amazing creators. I'm going to be looking into becoming. Um, there's certain courses you can take via, good old internet to become an actual advocate for this stuff, guys. That's something I'm going to be pushing myself to do now as well, to go right along with what I'm doing. I'm just going to make it real, 100% real, if that means anything. So, and then we have Duchess's link right there as well, Missing in Tennessee with Duchess. And then I think we just threw up Mind of Monsters, and there's a few others we're going to throw in here eventually. But I'm going to start working a lot more. Of course, if I can, with Fox here, and they're always welcome in here. Vice versa, so on and so forth. Welcome, Bonnie. Good to have you tonight. And this is the plan, folks. This is the plan. There's currently over 500,000 missing people in the United States. Do you guys, does that like process to you guys? Because it doesn't with me. 500,000 people. Oh, okay, cool, no problem. 500,000 people. That's a huge number, guys. I mean, I don't know, compared to how many people are in the United States alone, if we subtract that from the amount of people that are here, I mean, guys, it's insane. And it doesn't process for me. It's crazy
It
though.
is, and it's hard to process. And honestly, when I first came to this community, it didn't process for me until I started working with the Aware Foundation, and I
Mhm.
cannot keep up with the amount of people that they put out just daily on their Facebook page, not counting the other cases that I try to get out there. It's insane. And I think the reason why it's so alarming to us now is because when we were kids, there was no internet, there was no Facebook, it wasn't in our face like it is now. And
Right.
so, I mean, it was bad then. I mean, look at the case of Johnny Gosh, 1982, and he gets kidnapped and I believe trafficked. And law enforcement, in his case, said that his parents had to wait 72 hours before they'd even go looking for him because he was a runaway.
Yep. And we're going to touch on that tonight too. We're going to talk about these things as well. But yeah, you're right. Um, Adam, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Code Adam and like department stores and stuff like that. When that code gets called out, that means there's a child that's missing. Okay. So if you're in Kmart or Walmart or whatever, the mall, and you hear Code Adam go across the loudspeaker, there's a child that's missing. You start looking. Okay. And that comes from, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the show, John, why can't I pull the last name right now?
John Walsh?
Thank you. John Walsh. Yes. I'm not, listen, this is kind of a twist for me because I'm not a big fan of his, but Adam Walsh, his son went missing. And it just like Arctic said with that other case, I believe he was trafficked as well, possibly. At one point in some aspect as to what was going on. Okay. And then they found a part of him deceased and so on and so forth. But it's been going on for a long time. That was early 80s. I was a small child when that happened, and it's just gotten progressively worse. But I agree with you stating, it's been going on for a long time. We're just seeing it now because we didn't see it then. It's sad. It's very sad. And there's been a lot of good things that have come out of some of this, but it's still horrible. Um, I had a breakdown last summer. I think it was June or July. I had done a show. I'll get into that and explain it here in a minute, Salty. I had done a show, shut down. I was clicking on something. I looked at it and I live in Ohio, for those of you who don't know, that there were 42 children that went missing in a 14-day period of time. What? So I looked at it, started looking into it, and I went live within an hour right after that again. What the hell's going on in my state? Okay, so turn around, and now at this point, if you look it up, 15,000 children in 1 year went missing. I can't remember the exact number, but it's thousands in this state alone. Okay, but in Cleveland, 15,000 children in a month, I think it was. or not 15, the 1,500 in a month. Sorry, guys, I got to get these numbers together. But anyway, it's just the numbers are astronomical for things like this, and it doesn't process how and why. Well, the one biggest thing, and I'm going to be bringing a case out here that, again, Doodle's helping me produce to put out about trafficking situations that are real deal. I have somebody that's going to be joining us, a guest, that is going to be talking about her situation and involvement in the situation. Thank you, Sherry, for that. And thank you all for getting us in the algorithm. This is very important. This is in the algorithm. And the things that you're going to hear from this, the people that are involved in this, it doesn't make sense. These are people we look to every day to run our country, to run our churches and our banks and our governments and all these kinds of things. And you're like, what? How? You know what I mean? And there's so many of them out there, and so much of it going on. It's insane. So we're going to be looking at a lot of that. And of course, anything that Arctic can bring, I'm going to be going right behind him and pushing it and supporting all of that. Duchess, Monsters, every bit of it. I'm going to be supporting all of it and pushing it just as well. Like I said, it takes a village, folks, and in my opinion, I want us to be running as a one unit that can break apart and run it all, because that's the best way to do it, and in fact, the only way to do it, in my opinion. The numbers are staggering. Me and a friend looked into those kids in Ohio. Half of them weren't even reported missing by the parents. I contacted the Cleveland Metro Police. He's not a chief. He's got another title, and I can't think of it. But I was in the show when I did it. Welcome, Carrie Persula. Good to see you. And he goes, and these were the words. I think I said this to you guys the other night, some of you guys. He says, sir, don't be wasting a lot of your time on this, because a lot of these kids are runaways.
I can testify that it's bad in Ohio. I did a case. A 12-year-old autistic child ran away last year out of, I think it was Lorain, Ohio.
Yep.
Law enforcement wouldn't do anything to help find this kid. His mother told law enforcement exactly where he was, because his neighbors had previously groomed him, and he kept running away over to their house. They had since moved. And so the mother tells law enforcement exactly where to find him. They won't do anything. They won't even send a car over there. So I brought her on my panel, and we did several lives about her son being missing. And I instructed my audience to blow up the law enforcement's telephone lines and tell them to get off their ass and do their damn job and go find the kid. So they did finally go do a search. This kid, tell me autistic children aren't brilliant. This kid was hiding between the box springs and a mattress when law enforcement went and searched the house. They didn't even find him the first time, but that's where he was ultimately found, was over at that person's house, exactly where he was. And it gets worse, because law enforcement actually arrested the mother for going through the neighborhood trying to find her child for disturbing the peace.
What is wrong with that, you guys? That's insanity to me. Okay? It's insane. That's so insane to me. I'm sorry. What are we supposed to do then? Just sit here and be quiet and wait? Wait that 24 hours for law enforcement, or 72 hours, whatever it is, wherever you are, to get involved when it's too late then. Because a runaway, and I've said this thousands of times, a runaway can turn into an abduction or a trafficking situation in 1 minute. That's all it takes. Long enough for somebody to grab somebody, period. There is no time to wait, guys. There is no time to sit and go, okay, maybe this will happen, maybe that'll happen. We can't wait anymore, okay? And just like Arctic said, that's what I'm going to be doing too. We need to be contacting these law enforcement agencies and saying, hey, did you know about this, this, and this? What are you doing? Why are we waiting on this? This is a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old or a 14-year-old or an 11-year-old child. Why are we waiting on this? What are we waiting for? For this to become a homicide investigation? Or are we just helping to process another child into the trafficking industry? Is that what we're doing? Are you guys involved in it too? Is that what you're doing by waiting? Because that's what it looks like.
It's absolutely insane. And when you want to talk about the trafficking situation, I dropped a video last week or the week before about how there is a huge trafficking network within the trucking industry. And a lot
Hmm.
of these truck stops are fronts for massage parlors and for other trafficking operations. And it's very prolific. They use codes on the CB radio to communicate with each other about what they want and what they're looking for. It's very prolific. And so that's why, and whenever I see a case of a child that goes missing that's near an interstate, that makes my heart drop because they're at such a high risk of being trafficked.
Yes, yes. Mind of Monsters has the same feelings as do I. I live literally 45 minutes from Lorain, Ohio. I live 15 minutes from a truck stop off of a main interstate that connects to the turnpike as well. Okay. It's all right here. We've had multiple children go missing from our area. Okay. Teenagers, they're runaways. Don't waste your time, sir. I'm not wasting my time. I'm trying to find somebody's child. And even if I don't get the chance to get out, boots on the ground to do something, what I'm doing right here, what Arctic does on his channel, what Duchess does, what Cluminati does, what Mind of Monsters does, it all of you now know that this person is missing wherever you are, because you guys do know, just like with Sebastian's case. There were flyers that were being put up. Cluminati went out and put flyers up all over her area, which is right where Sebastian's from, and all around through there. I had people in Alabama because my family is down there, putting them up all through Alabama, southern Tennessee. We put flyers up in Ohio. What are you putting flyers in Ohio? I was asked. How long's he been missing, you guys? It's been 6 weeks now. We're going into 7 weeks now. He could be anywhere in the United States or worse, out of the United States. That's how this works, you guys. It's an entire cell that they do this in. It's an industry, folks. It's a high money making industry. It's insane. Excuse me. But we have to talk about it. No, Walt. But there's another one. That's another one that's not far from me. Okay. And it happens. I've heard the stories about truck stops. It's sickening to me. It's scary. And there's handoffs done all over the place. I can show you guys a story of a guy that thought he was working for an adoption agency. Okay. And some form of an adoption agency. It's hard to explain how he explained it, and he was a transporter, a handler per se. Okay. And took these children and handed them off to a family, he thought, in a Walmart parking lot, and they disappeared, never to be seen again. There's no paperwork. There's no registration of these people. They're gone. And then he realized what he was doing and stepped away from it and went to law enforcement and said, hey, I was part of this. And he was charged when they broke everything down. But the thing is, he doesn't care because he didn't know what he was doing. They're broadcasting this stuff all over the internet. They're putting ads in newspaper articles. They're using like dating websites. I found out they're using the internet for a lot of it, and they're hiring people all over the place. Down in Texas and in like Mexico areas and stuff that border that area down there to run these people straight through the states. It's insane, you guys.
It really is. I saw someone ask why they stopped the milk carton ads for the missing kids. The reason why they stopped that is twofold. Number one, there really weren't that many kids recovered from the milk cartons to begin with. Secondly, it was traumatizing kids that were going to pour their milk for their Saturday cereal and seeing all these kids their age on the milk cartons going missing. So that and then of course they don't have milk cartons per se anymore anyway. So
yeah, they could do something like that though. They could put it on brown paper bags because a lot of people still use those in grocery stores.
I agree.
100%. Could it brown paper, plastic bags? I mean, it doesn't cost that much to print something up, okay? But they need to do stuff like that. They need to put these spaces everywhere. The billboards. There's billboards all over the place. I have a billboard in an area that's not too far from me in Niles, Ohio. It's been up since I was in high school. The same billboard with the same missing child. That's been a long time ago, you guys. I'm 49 years old. Not found. So there's not enough attention, in my opinion, being put on this, and it's not been made a priority, in my opinion. just for instance, the Metro Police officer, I'll just call him the chief. Cleveland Metro Police chief told me, sir, don't waste a lot of your time on this. These are runaways. They'll come back some eventually. Do you know that? How do you know that? Do you know where they're at right now? I went off on this guy, and he's a police officer. I called him back. I did it again. They won't talk to me anymore. But whatever. You know, it is what it is. I don't care. I made my point. And I'll do it again. I will blast the Cleveland Metro Police if I need to, until if it makes them move, like Arctic said, to get off their ass and do their job. We had a case the other day that Arctic and I were both talking about. Katie Lynn Benfield, I think I said it right. Benfield went missing. She was gone for 2 days, I do believe. 15 through yesterday, I think, if I'm right. My memory's not that great, but anyway, she was found, and there's a process that's going to happen now, so on and so forth. Because some of these kids that do run away, there's troubling issues going on, whatever it be. Katie Lynn's getting help. That's awesome. I'm ecstatic about that. But the mother, who I was going to have on here yesterday, before they found her. 1 second, folks. 1 second. I'm sorry. The mother went to the police, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I say something wrong, Arctic, because like I said, my memory's not that great, and asked them to go to a specific home because she believed her daughter was there. They didn't do it. They pulled the whole, we got to wait, this, that, and everything else, so on and so forth. She finally went to the county, I believe it was, if I'm wrong, the sheriff's department, I believe.
Yeah, the sheriff's department.
Yeah, and they went to this house, and guess what, folks? Katie Lynn was there with another runaway. Now, do you realize, thank God, they're both safe, obviously, but those two walking down the street can go in 1 minute's time. All they need is for a van full of these people to pull up, grab them, and they're gone. They're completely removed from the safety of their home, their neighborhood, the area they're from, and they're gone and may never be seen again. So that's what I'm saying. When I heard the story that the local police wouldn't go to the house, all you got to do is go just stop by. Have one of your patrol officers that's out patrolling that area knock on the door. Hi, is Katie here? Oh, she is. Oh, can I talk to her? Bingo. They won't even do that. Why is it so hard? There's change of shift 3 times a day in local law enforcement, okay, from my understanding. First, second, and third shift. You go in, they sit down, they talk about, there's a shift commander, they talk about the day's events and what's going on and what to look for. And they all have cruisers that have computers in them that they can throw up. Hold on a second. One of these, just like I'm doing right now on my computer. Boom. And the thing is law enforcement or police computers have access to a lot more databases than we do. Okay? So there it is. And you see the face. Okay? You see the name. And they're patrolling in the areas that these people go missing from. That's their job. That's what they're doing already. So why is it so hard to throw a bolo up on somebody like this? And if you're driving around and you happen to glance over and see this person, boom. They don't want to hear about it, though. That's the problem I have. This is your job. Serve and protect. Oh, and sorry. They're not doing it. You have to twist somebody's arm to get them to even think about doing something like this. Why?
Exactly. I mean, if it was their kid, it would be a completely different story. And that's one of the main issues I have. And I come to this community as someone who's had someone go missing. My best friend, Mark, when we were 14 years old, went missing, was sexually assaulted and brutally killed. Now, fortunately, he got justice. His killer was put to death. but his case didn't get any coverage. Not until the brutal details of what happened to him were made public, and that's when everyone jumped on it. And I came here because I saw the same thing going on with so many of these other kids not getting any attention. Everything was at the time Gabby Petito and Summer Wells, Gabby Petito, Summer Wells, Gabby Petito, Summer Wells. I was like, look at all these other kids that are missing out here. Is there only two people in these people's minds that are missing? These other people need coverage.
Yes, you're right. And I've even been guilty of it right along with Sebastian's case. Okay. And of course, the Idaho 4 case and this and that. I needed to learn how to separate myself and start covering more. And granted, it's kind of hard sometimes, but it's not at the same time. We need to put Arctic does it all the time. He'll go live for 10 minutes, talk about somebody that's missing, and he's done. It's not hard. I can throw multiple people in here. It's not hard. I can do more than one thing, guys. I used to cover 5, 6 cases at a time when I started in true crime. It's not hard. And we're going to start doing it. Okay. It needs to be done that way, period. We need to stop. And I'm not saying I don't care about Sebastian's case. We've spent a lot of time on it. All of us have. Okay. We can continue doing it while at the same time bringing out, Gladys Portillo or somebody else, or just, I've done it before. 5 or 6 people I'm talking about at one time. It's going to happen. It has to happen because there's too many that are being not talked about. The cases aren't touched. They're not this, they're not that. So that's going to change. I can promise you guys that. So please expect that for sure. But yeah, you're right about that. There's been, over dramatization, not over dramatization, just being like overdoing it, and the reason why, and I'm not talking down about any creator at all, the clicks and views. They know that if they type a name in the chat, it's going to bring people into their community or into the channel for the stream. And that's fact, folks. I get it. And if you type somebody that nobody knows, they're afraid people aren't going to show up. It doesn't matter. We're here to do this. If that's not the type of channel that you are, then so be it. I will be doing that. So that's the difference.
It's straight up facts. I can put out a video on a blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid that's missing 5, 7 years old, and it'll get significant views. I can put out a video on an indigenous child that's missing, and it might get 2 views, and that's sad. But that's just the fact of the matter.
100%. And those are the things we need to change. Those are the things that we're going to change. Okay. Summer Wells, you're absolutely right. Summer Wells, Raleigh Strain, Sebastian Rogers. I promise you that those cases, and I'm going to lose my train of thought again, but those cases have gotten massive, massive views and massive coverage. Does anybody in here remember the case? I can't believe I'm forgetting this. The case of the two little boys in California. I think it was Oakland that went missing. They were adopted, and it ended up being the parents that did something to them. What were their names?
The West Boys.
Yes, thank you. I couldn't think of that. That didn't get nowhere near as much coverage as the rest of these other cases I just stated did. They were 2 little black boys, and people can argue with me till they're blue in the face, but I'm telling you, I feel Oren and Orson. Yes, thank you very much, guys. Excuse me. I'm telling you, it's fact, guys. It's fact. What he just said about that other stuff is fact, and that's how I feel about it too. We are all human beings. They are all our children, period. It doesn't matter who they are, what they are, where they're from, how old they are, what color they are. It doesn't matter. They all need the same treatment, period. That's all I'm saying. And that is what I'm going to try to change. So, it's just sad to see that happen. And like I said, I've been part of that, not realizing what I'm doing. You get wrapped up in a specific case, and yes, I know other people have told me I can only look at one. I can only handle one case at a time, Dago. I can only do. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You don't have to. There's other people that can hear it. If you heard me say that name, you're going to remember it. Okay.
Oh, and we've all been guilty of it. I've been guilty of it. I had a case, Timmy D's, that went missing out of Missouri, and I spent hours upon hours live streaming and bringing his mom on my channel because it wasn't getting anywhere. Law enforcement wouldn't even go look for this 26-year-old And, and she's still having problems. They're trying to say that this guy just got high, walked, ran off, passed out in a ditch, and succumbed to the elements. And there's so much crazy stuff with that case. But I spent hours and hours and hours on that case. But we all have those cases that are near and dear to our hearts that we spend a lot of time on.
Absolutely. I agree. And like I said, you guys know Sebastian's case, it hit me hard. Okay. And I've said it 100 times. It pulls on my heartstrings. It really does. It hits me hard because of my child. That's okay. I get it. I understand it. I'm guilty of it. It is what it is. And I'll continue to cover Sebastian until he's found, like I am. But I am going to be putting a lot more out there too with it, guys. And the thing is that somebody said something to me one time and it really disgusted me. It really, really disgusted me because I put a lot of time into the Idaho court case, too much. Okay. And I was covering, I think it was the Madeline Soto case, which is another horrific situation. Okay. Somebody came into my chat, and some of my mods, I think, might remember this, and said, "Oh, Dago, I'm only ever here to watch Idaho, but I'll hit the like button. Have a nice night." What? Are you kidding me? It happened. Okay, it happened, and it has happened more than once. Okay, look at my title. Okay, and it has all of this. Maybe some of my titles aren't as descriptive, but my description is. If you see that when you look at it and you think because I covered that case so much that that's all I'm going to ever talk about, no, it's not. And this is my passion right here. So for those of you that are only here because of Idaho and you don't care about any of this, this isn't your channel. But let's be human beings again, folks. Okay. If you can come in here to listen to me talk about something else and I happen to throw in a case of a missing person or a missing child that takes me 10, 15 minutes to talk about, you can't sit here for 10 minutes. That's sad. It's sad. And it makes me sick. That's all I'm saying. This is more important than anything we've ever talked about, you guys. Anything. And it has to be made that priority. So, and I'm not trying to sound ignorant or mean or rude or nothing, guys, but come on. I'm only here to hear about Idaho. Have a nice day. Can you imagine that, Arctic? Like, that made me sick.
Oh, I know. It's crazy. I mean, I had a case today. Short video on a missing boy out of Ardmore, Oklahoma. And I had someone come in my comment section and say, he just left of his own accord, leave the boy alone and let him live his life. And I promptly blocked the motherfucker from my channel because I'm sick of it. I mean, I'm sick of his comments like that. He's 16 years old. He's not old enough to make his own decisions.
That's right. That is right. Absolutely. And I don't blame you. And that's what's going to happen here because I can't take it. Monty, congratulations on 5 months. We love you and appreciate having you in this community so very much. I thought so. It was a lot more than 5 months. You've been here a long time. So thank you for that very much, Bonnie. We appreciate you. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. It's ridiculous that people are like that. This is an entertainment factor for a lot of people. I get that. Okay. It's also an amazing way to do what we're doing right now. It really is. So, guys, yes, I will be covering Delphi and things that go on in Idaho and things like that because it's all true crime. But this is my priority, and it will be a priority, period, over all those things. So, welcome, Andy. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Welcome, Phoenix. Good to see you tonight, bro. I believe a 16-year-old is old enough to know right from wrong, but not right. 100%. They're not, okay? And they just, hell, an 18-year-old's not old enough to make good decisions, in my opinion. I did not. So, just one more cover up in Madison County. Yeah, that's sad. So, real quick, guys, let's talk about this while we're sitting here. If you can read this, let me see if I can blow this up just a little bit for you guys. Okay. An endangered missing advisory at risk missing person. Okay. The victim, I hope I pronounced this correct. Grecia Monterosa, 7 years old, 4'1", 60 pounds, blonde hair, hazel eyes. She was wearing a green jacket, gray shirt, black leggings, and green rubber boots with a lizard on them. And the suspect that is suspected of taking this child, I'm guessing, is Gladys Portillo, 32 years old, 5'2", 130 pounds. She has black hair, hazel eyes, and the clothing is unknown. So the EMA has been activated by the CHP intact on behalf of the Los Angeles Police Department. Gracia Monterosa was taken by her non-custodial mother. Was last seen on April 5th, 2024 at approximately 12:49 hours in Los Angeles County. So today is the 18th. She's been missing since the 5th, guys. Now, I don't know the entire situation behind this. I don't know if the mother is a dangerous person, but she's not custodial parent, so something is not right with that situation. So if you're in that area, okay, or if you see or hear anything, if you anywhere you are, if you see this little girl or this lady, okay, I got to shrink that back down to give you guys the number. But it says right there, okay, it just says if you've seen, call 911. So I'm sure there's a bolo out, and obviously with this being the endangered missing advisory, it's probably nationwide, in my opinion. I don't know exactly how those work. I've never looked into that, which is why I'm going to be going to get myself schooled and becoming an advocate so I can know all of these different things and go forth with what I'm doing. So there's another one, and there's so many more, guys. So many more.
Well, I mean, it just blows my mind that this little girl's been missing since the 5th, and they haven't upgraded this to an Amber Alert at this point. And yeah. I mean,
I agree.
they've got a suspect and everything. It should have been upgraded, in my mind, within the first 24 to 48 hours that this girl wasn't found.
100%. 100%. I agree, and that's something else we need to talk about. I was putting out petitions yesterday, a couple days ago. I've been doing it. There's a lot of things that need to be changed, you guys. A lot of things. Arctic put out a statistic the other day that really sticks with me. Every 40 seconds, somebody else or another child goes missing. 40 seconds. Count to 40, you guys. Just count to 40 real quick. And then count to 40 again. Okay? All right, guys. Sorry about that. My granddaughter has to have her medication. My mother-in-law's trying to give it to her and couldn't read the bottle, so my apologies. Excuse me. Tomboy says we need to start with a complete overhaul of the nationwide Amber Alert system. I don't think it's been updated since it was introduced in 1996. I can agree with that. I don't know, but I can agree.
100%. Because the problem right now is the criteria for getting an Amber Alert in, say, Tennessee is completely different for the criteria in Idaho, which is why Summer Wells got an Amber Alert and Michael Monkey Vaughn didn't.
Yep.
And it's just ridiculous, the hoops that people have to jump through to get an Amber Alert on their child. Like I said yesterday, every missing child under the age of 18 should have an alert issued immediately. And I know people are going to say, well, people just will become numb to the alerts. Well, number one, make it to where you can't turn the alerts off on your phone. And I'll tell you what, I would rather have an alert on my phone every 30 seconds of the day, knowing these kids are going to get found safe, than be like, oh, I can't be bothered with an alert.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's irritating to me. That's so loud. Why is that? Are you kidding me? What if it was your child? That's the way I've looked at this from the beginning. What if this was your child? Okay. No. My phone could go off every 5 seconds. I don't care. If it's gonna let me know something, what if that car drives past my house? What if I'm sitting in a stoplight, and that car's sitting right next to me? That's all I'm saying, guys. Welcome, Neil. Good to see you tonight. Welcome, Draw. Thank you for joining us. I think, and I don't know what your thoughts are on this article, but I think that, like, I was reading it yesterday, but Amber Alerts are different in each state. There's different criteria, like you were saying, talking about that and stuff like that. I think it should be a nationwide, okay? Like, just a nationwide criteria. Everything needs to be the same. That way, when it happens, it happens. You go into it, they deal with it. And I hear these excuses all the time. Well, we're shorthanded. We don't have funds for this. We don't have funds for that. We can't do it. You don't need funds to throw up a missing poster in a computer system and let each patrolling officer in an area look at it every so often. That doesn't cost any extra money, guys. And you're not adding any new people to that to do that. Now, I do feel that there should be in every city, and I know people are going to go, oh, you're crazy. They can never do that. But in every city, or at least every county, let me go like that, a task force that is set in place just to deal with these situations. Now, financially, I don't know. I think it could be done. I think you could pull together certain people that when somebody goes missing, they drop an alert. This group of officers or whatever come together and they go looking for that child in some senses. Okay. It would have to be based on the situation, of course, but I don't see anything wrong with that at all as to why you couldn't do that. Like I said, situationally, if it's just somebody that has been missing for a couple hours, you get local law enforcement involved. If it goes into something like Sebastian's case, then there needs to be a task force that is put in place for missing children, and they need to be focused on that situation and that situation alone.
I agree. Because in some ways, we've made a lot of progress, but in other ways, we've regressed in how we handle these missing persons cases. When I was a kid, the first thing you saw when you walked into a Walmart was a wall full of missing persons flyers.
Yes.
You don't see that anymore. I can't think of the last time I've heard Code Adam in my Walmart. We don't do the milk cartons anymore. There's a lot of things that we could be doing that we're not doing right now. Someone made a good point yesterday about the gas pumps. Instead of advertising nachos on your gas pump, you could be displaying a missing child. You could be doing it on the job killers, the little self-checkouts. There's no reason why you couldn't put a missing child along the bottom of that. You could put information on shopping receipts. Everyone gets those when they check out. The shopping bags. There's 1,000 things that we could be doing right now that we're not doing.
I agree. The gas pump thing blew my mind. That was a great idea because you never know. You could be sitting next to somebody at a gas pump that actually has somebody that's missing. Okay. And those gas pump things, they advertise all this crazy crap. Why not throw that in there? It wouldn't be a big deal. All you got to do is throw a missing poster in there and let it flow through. That's amazing. I can't remember if it was Kimber or Heather or somebody else came up with that idea. I saw it, but it was amazing. I loved it. But you're absolutely right. There's so many things could be done. Shopping bags, shopping carts. You know what I'm saying? They're always having advertisements around here where they'll post like a placard on the side of a shopping cart or something. You know what I mean? Put that on there instead of the milk carton. Put it on the side of a shopping cart. You don't need that for anything. It doesn't cost that much. Moving billboards, mobile billboards. I'm sorry. Put it on the side of I advertise it on the side of my truck. Wrap it and advertise them.
Yep.
And change it up every so often. I have no problem doing that.
I have to find what company does this or what organization, but I know that when the Michael Vaughn case was so on fire there for a while, we were able to get someone to put big banners across their trucks, one of the trucking companies that had Michael's flyer, his information, all his information. And I forget who we had do that, but I need to find out who it was because that's something that needs to be done for cases like Sebastian's and Summers right now. You know, if
Yeah,
they can do it for Michael, they can do it for them. Those are the cases right now that have gone on for way too long, and they really need their faces on these trucks and stuff.
I agree. That's an amazing idea. Semi trailers, U-Haul trucks, Amazon. Well, Amazon probably wouldn't do it, but like DHL delivery trucks. There's no reason why that can't be done. Okay, like I said, I would wrap my own vehicle in it just and drive around just so people could see it, and then change it out once a month or something like that. If that was available, fire trucks, police cars, city utility trucks. There's no reason why we can't do it, you guys. You
Well,
know,
I'll give you an example of something that was done in the 1950s. I'm sure everyone's heard of the case of the boy in the box. And
yep,
when they were trying to find out who that little boy was, he's since been identified, but when they were trying to find out who that boy was, they put flyers of his face in every single gas bill in the greater metro area,
that's
just
awesome.
trying to figure out who this little boy was.
That would be amazing. Utility bills, hell yeah, because everybody opens that up, they look at it, there it is. That's perfect. That's a great idea. I like that. QR codes, another good one, Cassie. Throw them out there, guys. Car rentals, rental cars. That's perfect. They drive cross country. Okay. There's no reason. I think it should be implemented as something that is a mandatory thing. For like hell, the post office, their vehicles, things like that, garbage trucks. Why not? You know what I mean?
Well, and
Um,
here's another thing. Some parents don't even realize what resources are out there for them free of charge.
right.
For instance, if you're the parent of a missing child, you can
Lamar.
reach out to Lamar Media,
Yeah.
and they will often donate a billboard for up to 30 days for your missing child.
Yep.
Free. So
30 days can do a lot of advertisement, guys. That's awesome too. In fact, that's what I thought you were going to say. I was going to mention that too. 1 second here. Um, Here we go. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Always got to allow. Here it goes. And here's the thing. Lamar Media, okay? Tell the world your story. Look at all these locations. All right? And all the things they can do. Bulletins, posters, digital, junior posters, wallscapes, airports, bus, rail routes, shelters, benches. They're everywhere. They can put it anywhere. Okay? I'm not saying that's what you're going to get for free. I'm just saying they advertise on everything and anywhere, and they're all over the damn place, folks. Okay? All over the place. In Canada, and hold on a minute. That was a mess. I was trying to see. I'm all over the United States as well, but they're showing this right now. But anyway, yeah, that's an amazing opportunity. Okay, to have, you guys know what billboards are, obviously, but to throw a child's face that's missing up on this, can you imagine the coverage that gives? And if that child is seen walking down the road or in a store or something, you just saw it. It's perfect. It's perfect. Welcome.
exactly. I mean, and there's things that you, the subs, can do too. I know a lot of you have got to be in the car scene. I know I am. And
Mhm.
like when I put one of my cars in a car show, I will have a poster, at least two posters. Last time I put my truck in a car show, I had Sebastian's poster up and I had Summer World's poster up. And that's, it's a great opportunity because you've got thousands of people coming to these car shows to look at the cars and they'll see that display. They'll start asking you questions about what the pictures are and stuff. And it's a great way to get their faces out
Absolutely. Absolutely. And these people travel cross country to go to these car shows, you guys. I know they do here when they come to my little town. I have people that come from California, Arizona, Washington State. They're constantly traveling for these car shows. That's a great idea. Something I was thinking about the other day that somebody mentioned was like YouTube ads. I mean, everybody, we know that the ads drive you guys nuts, okay? But they just, once the channel's monetized, the ads pop up and bing, bang, boom. That's YouTube's thing. Why not throw them in there?
Exactly.
They make enough money at Google. I promise you they do. That it wouldn't hurt them to throw an ad of what, like a video or something that I played, a quick slideshow or something in every single thing. Somebody just said it in chat too. I just saw.
That is a brilliant idea. Be at the beginning of a movie in the theater before the trailers of other movies.
Yep, yep. That's actually is brilliant. That's great. On the front of a store, it just, there's too many ways to do it, and that it's not being done. And if we talk about it enough, guys, and it's heard enough, maybe it can happen. And we got to be the one to do it. I said that too. Cereal boxes. But again, I, after hearing what Arctic said about why they took them off milk cartons, it was kind of traumatizing other children. So kids eat cereal, they might see it. But there's different things that we as adults use that kids don't see every day, that it could be posted onto another type of box or something like that. But the grocery bag thing, I think, is amazing.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Plastic, or a lot of people have gone back to brown paper bags because they don't want to have to deal with the plastic and blah, blah, blah. Just all of that stuff, the shopping cart thing, taxi cabs, Ubers, people that drive for Uber or Uber Eats or DoorDash, and have them throw an advertisement on their vehicle. They can even be magnetized if you want to take it off. Just a little placard that you stick to the side of your car. Boom. That's all it takes, guys.
Rocky, that's a good idea too. And I'll tell you who's real good about doing it at the beginning and the end of all their videos, and that is Chris from Mob Crew. He does feature a missing child at the beginning and the end of almost all of his videos.
Yeah, that's kind of where my idea came from, to do that too. That video that we just watched, like I said, maybe I might do pieces of it at the beginning or the end. Probably more the end, if I can remember to throw it in every time. And that way, as we're getting ready to wind down and going out, we can watch that. I think that's a great idea.
Absolutely.
Signs out in front of churches and colleges. The car show thing is an amazing idea. There you go. Kleenex boxes. Let me follow up with when's that.
Yeah, sports arenas would be a great idea too. Absolutely. I mean, high school football is big, especially here in the South. And so, they could feature a missing kid on their scoreboard at intermission. That would be something great to help with, raising awareness.
Yeah, the giant, there's a name for them. I call them teleprompters, but yeah, that's great. Bag of diapers. 100%. Yeah, that would be huge, especially at baseball games, football games, soccer, and hockey. Oh, that's amazing. There's just so many options that could be done, and I honestly don't think it would cost that much. And there's enough people, if they set up a not a GoFundMe, but a fund, just a general fund to donate to for that specific reason. I can't see people not donating to it. Do you know what I'm saying? Every little bit adds up. There you go. Thank you. There's a link for Mob Crew. Soda and beer boxes, very popular. 100%. 100%. If we could convince all these distributors to do this and these producers to do that kind of stuff, yeah.
Yeah, there's actually, the decks of playing cards, they are doing something with that. In the prisons, the cards that the prisoners get, they do feature missing children.
Do they really? I didn't know that.
Yes, in the hopes that someone in that jail knows something and they'll come forward and turn on someone to cut a deal. But they started doing that. They started putting the missing kids on the playing cards in the prisons.
That's an awesome idea. It really is. Wow, I'd have never thought of that. That's interesting. Doctor's offices. Yes, there's typically a TV. Every doctor's office I go to and ever have, there's a TV on in the corner playing something. Just throw it on there. Why not? The dentist's office, a veterinarian's office. I mean, guys, there's so many things that we could do. We just need to make these things happen. Make these referrals, make these references. But the
Yeah.
biggest problem with all of this, it needs to be made a priority first.
I covered a case, Brandon Abbott, that went missing out of California, and he wore braces. And I knew that whoever took him would have to, because we thought that it was his mother that kidnapped him. At some point he was going to have to go to the orthodontist.
Mm-hmm.
So what I did is I mailed his flyer to every single orthodontist in the greater San Francisco or San Diego area.
Gotcha. That's awesome. See, that's what we got to do, is we got to put our heads together and think of these things. And absolutely, Florida has cold case cards in prisons. See, that's a great idea. I never knew that. But no, Arctic, that's an awesome idea to do something like that. I wonder if it made a difference. Anything will, though. That's the thing. Anything will make a difference if we're attempting to do it. That's awesome.
Well, the business has to be willing to put the flyer up. That's the thing. There
Yeah.
was a sighting of a young lady here in Fort Smith that went missing from Tennessee, and I went hanging flyers, and I was so disappointed with the amount of businesses that would not let you put a flyer in their business.
Yeah, I don't. We did that before too, and I'm trying to think of the name of the business. I got into an argument with this lady over this. Circle K. I don't know if you guys have Circle K's where you're at, but it's like a little convenience store with a gas station sometimes attached to it. And they got those giant front windows. And I asked, can I put this up? It was for a missing child in my area. This was like 5 years ago. No, we can't do that. But you have other flyers and different things for garage sales and this and that. You can't throw this up for a missing child. They won't allow us. Why? I think it has something to do with insurance. What? What do you mean? We went round and round about this, and I called corporate. They don't allow it, and nobody could give me a reason. How about that? That was the answer. There was no reason that they could give me. I was irritated. I'll just put it that way. But there's a lot. You're right. There's a lot of places that don't want it. They don't want that on their business. It detracts from their advertising for their business. No, it doesn't. That's insane. I'm sorry.
Oh, even Walmart. When I went into Walmart to hang this girl's flyer, they were like, "We'll hang it in the break room, but we won't put it out in the store."
That's what I don't understand. Why? Nobody cares about the break room. You get 6 million people that walk through your store on a regular basis that are going to see
Exactly. Yeah.
it. But you have 25 to 30 people in the break room that don't even look at that half the time. Why? I don't get this. There needs to be explanations for these things, guys. There needs to be explanations. Each one of these people needs to understand that what if this was your child? You would do it then. I guarantee you would. And if you wouldn't, then you need to go see a therapist, okay? Sorry, I'm not trying to sound rude or ignorant, but this is crazy. Welcome, Lucy's mom, and I hope you are too. That's just nuts. I'm sorry. Now, see, our Walmart, if you walk through the front doors, and then you'll go into where they keep the buggies. There's like that general area there. They have like a couple video console games, and then the buggies are over here. And then you go into the main part of the store. The walls in there are lined with pictures of missing people and different other advertisements. And people take them down. I've watched somebody do this one time. Take down a picture of a missing child and put up an advertisement for lawn care. No, and I walked over, no lie, and he had laid it on, those little scooter things people drive around on in the store. He laid that poster on there, and he put his up, and it had those little pull tabs with his phone number on it. So what I did is I took all of the pull tabs off of his thing and threw them in the garbage, took his down, laid it on the scooter, and put that poster back up. That just irritated the shit out of me. So, you just said something that caught my attention. Yard sales, stacks of flyers available to pass out or just to display. That's an amazing idea. If you're having a yard sale or a garage sale and there's a child missing, you can have stacks of flyers to hand out with everybody that stops in to buy something. That's a great idea, B.
Oh, Steve, don't even get me started on Lowe's Home Improvement. After my experience having my floors installed, I will never do business with them again anyway.
I don't care for them either. We go to that newer place we have here. Holy shit, I can't think tonight. Not Home Depot, but it's a newer company. At least around here it is. It's a lot bigger. I can't think of it right now. I'll think of it later. Cheryl Bartler, welcome. Rocky Go Bouts, welcome. I just got here. We all are, Cheryl, and that's good. I want everybody to be pissed. I want every one of you to be pissed off about this because it's the only way it's going to change. And that's fact. We need to shine a light on this. We need to prioritize this. We need to Menards. Thank you. Tomboy always has the answers when I can't remember something. It's crazy. And we need to make this known. Maybe it'll make these people stop doing some of these people doing what they're doing because they know people are paying attention a little bit more than they were. Okay. Maybe not, but we're not going to know unless we try. So there's no reason why we can't do this. If we can drive down the road and look at 65 every 10 feet, look at a Cracker Barrel billboard, I would much rather see a face and a number and a description of a child that's been missing for 5 years than Cracker Barrel again.
If we could put a missing poster up every place there's a Dollar General, we'd have them all on display.
1,000,000%, dude. I have so many out here. It doesn't even make any sense to me. And then the funny thing is I have one. I live in a country town. It's a very small country town. I have Dollar General on one side of town, the east side of town, and I have one on the west side of town. In between that, I have a Family Dollar, and then on the other end, we have a Dollar Tree. What? How many dollar things do we need? It's crazy. But
I think my population is 12,000 in this little town, and we've got $5 Generals and $2 Trees.
And then I just was told that they're going to be putting in an area that used to have a like a department store, and it's been shut down for like 15 years. Now they're going to be putting in something called Super Dollar something, and it's a Family Dollar Dollar Tree combo in one building. And I was just like, what? Another one. It's all the same stuff. I think they're almost all owned by the same. I know that Family Dollar and Dollar Tree are the same corporation for sure, but I don't know about Dollar General. It'd be more likely help with that. The Dutch Brothers. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't have any around here, but Dutch Brothers Coffee, what's a good one? McDonald's. I don't see why McDonald's wouldn't do something like that. Or Burger King, Taco Bell. All of those places should be doing stuff like that. They really should. It doesn't cost anything for them. They're not losing anything from this. You know what I mean? If nothing else, they could gain something from it, if anything. Sad thing is, the excuse for not doing any of these will most likely be the updating of one's found will be too hard to accomplish. I agree. That's part of it, sadly.
That is a part of it. I mean, and in fairness, even the NCMEC does have a hard time updating right away. And Lord knows I can't keep up with the updates on all the videos that I do on my channel. If it wasn't for the subs coming to me with some of the updates, I wouldn't catch them.
Oh, absolutely. Same here. Thank God my mods are very good with stuff like that, sending me repeatedly so much stuff. Sometimes I miss it, but that's a great thing though. It really is. Okay, hold on a minute here. There is so many out there, guys. Let me see something here. All right, bear with me. Now, I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with the facility or the organization called the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. It's big organization. Okay, there's a lot to it. I started looking into it recently, a little bit more than I had before. But they cover a lot of Amber Alerts and all these different things that can teach us about this kind of stuff. Okay, if we don't know, um, they have training for this stuff. You can support this place. The issues that they have. There's one right there. Have you guys noticed how many of these missing cases recently involve an autistic child? And there's a lot that we haven't even talked about. Um, there's a lot of that now. It's a thing because autistic children wander. It's part of it. But it's a big deal, and it needs to be something that's educated. That's part of what I'm going to be doing, as well as the educating. And some of those, Clue did some stuff on it today. I did the other day. We need to start educating in those aspects too, because it's not just autistic children that disappear. It's regular children too. But that's part of it too. But there's been a lot more of it recently, which is why I'm saying it's something that we need to look into as well.
Yeah, and particularly with the autistic kids, it's vital that you get those Amber Alerts out immediately, because autistic children in particular are drawn to water. They find water peaceful. And
Yep.
so often, we find these children, unfortunately, too late in bodies of water.
Yes.
And, every time I cover an autistic child on my channel, my heart drops, because I know statistically, if we don't find them within that first 24 hours, it's going to be too late.
Agreed. I do agree. It's very sad. It's very disheartening. Yeah, that's the feeling you get. Your heart drops. It's gone. You know what I mean? And it's not good, guys. It's not good at all. We need to definitely do some education on this stuff. And that's what he just said is a big part of it. A lot of autistic kids, they um elope, okay, as they call it, and they walk, they run, they do what they're doing to get away from a situation that has triggered them possibly, or they're moving, they have to move because they're triggered. And like he said, they're drawn to water because they need to find a calming feeling for themselves to make them feel better. So they go towards water to calm themselves down. It's a natural reaction for them. Well, like he said, it turns out to be a very sad situation in the end sometimes. And I always feel the same thing. It's very, very sad. But again, if you guys are interested, look into the National Center for Missing and Exploited. Read up on it. If you're bored one day, go through this and read through all these things, okay? There's so many interesting facts in here. I'm going to cover some stuff and some shows about a lot of this stuff that they talk about, they offer the training and stuff to show you guys, what it's like for this organization and what they do to help find missing children, okay, and exploited. That's another big part of this too. And all you got to do is type in missing and exploited children, it pops right up. So and we're going to be doing, Arctic agreed to join me. I'm going to be doing, I want to tell everybody, I'm going to be doing a refresher, as I'm going to call it, on the Summer Wells case. We haven't talked about Summer in a long time. I covered it deeply. Molly, that's in here, she covered it deeply. And she's one of the producers in here, and she has a lot. I mean, an entire computer full of Summer stuff. And we're going to go back through, and it's not going to be how I did it before, guys. We're not going to sit here day after day after day after day. We're going to go back to the beginning, and I'm going to go through the whole thing again. And Arctic said he would join me for that. I'm excited for that and grateful for that as well, my friend, because he covered it as well, and still is just as much as I am. There may not be anything new in it, guys, but we need to refresh our minds. We need to warm it back up, because it has, and I'll say it, they can say it hasn't, but it has gone cold, okay? That's why we do what we do, to make these things not stay cold when they do go cold, okay? We have to bring it back to you guys. Some of you guys may know nothing about it. Some of you guys may know all about it, okay? But it's not going to take that much time for me to sit in here one day and go, okay, this is what happened and everything with it, and we can go through the whole thing. Welcome, Helen. Good to see you tonight, dear. So that's,
Hey, Helen.
that's what we're going to do that here relatively soon. So I hope you guys tune in for that. Yes, Bonnie, they did drain. According to my understanding, they drained the one pond. I think they drained 2 ponds. I may be wrong, but I think they did, around the Sebastians. area there. Welcome back, Kimber. Let me see here. Oh, let me see. Let me see. I'm going to open this up for us as well. Give me a second here. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to open the phone lines and I'm going to give you guys the option to call in if you have questions for Arctic, myself, ideals, anything you want to talk about. If you want to throw any, and that's something else that I want you guys all in here to know. It is also, you're okay with that, aren't you, Arctic?
Absolutely.
I just wanted to make sure. I should have asked you before I said that, but I also want you guys to know that if you in your area alone or something like that find a case of a missing child, missing person that you want to throw at us, please feel me at least me specifically. You can throw it at my email. You can call the number that I scroll across there, leave a message. You can come in here and say something about it. You can let one of my moderators know or one of the producers know. Whatever it is, give them the info or give us the info, and I would be more than happy to put it out. Okay. Because like I said, we don't always get to see everything that happens in everybody's different area. So if you really say, hey, this happened yesterday, this or last week, please, please, please throw it at me. I will definitely put it up and we'll do the research, find out what's going on.
Absolutely. That goes for me too. My email is in my channel description. Anyone that's got a case they want me to cover, definitely send it to me. I try to put as many out in a day as I can. So
Yeah, you do really good with that too. Hold on a minute here. No, I've had so many problems with this. I need to figure out something with this too, by the way. I'm gonna have to watch a damn YouTube video. How about that? All right, the phone line is open, guys, for anybody that would like to call in. If you have any questions, any thoughts, feelings, anything about what we're talking about tonight, please do. We're still here. Sorry you can't see. Whenever I do this, it always takes us down off that. I don't like it, but I have to do it to keep the thing off the screen. So, let me drop the number on the screen for you. Here we go. 234-703-4047. Give us a call and let's talk about it. Yes. Yes, I do agree. I do agree. As do I. I love my mods. I think all these communities have really good moderators. You guys do a great job. Doodle says Duchess will do that also. She did Donna I for me and Arctic Fox, and so will Mind of Monsters. I can guarantee you she will. All you guys got to do is go to each one of mine, Arctic, Duchess, Mind of Monsters. Go to their channel, look in their descriptions, and info that you need to get in there to send anything to emails or whatever to contact them it's there, guys.
100%.
You can let us know if you need to, but yes, 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 absolutely. All right, let me see here. Helen is a good name. Yes, it is, Helen. I agree. There's a link for Arctic's channel again, you guys. Let me see something here. I saw a thumbnail in my YouTube list of someone with possible photo of a body wrapped in a blanket held down with large rocks. I'm swimming underwater stating, what? Where did you see that at? Was this just a creator putting out a video that you saw that too, Arctic? Where the hell was that at?
I saw it. I don't know what creator it was, but it you could see a little bit of pink, and it looked like some rocks on it. And they were asking if it was Summer Wells.
Good Lord. That's horrible. I know in my gut that we're probably not going to ever see summer again. Okay. But she still needs to be brought home from wherever she is and needs to be memorialized properly. Okay.
Exactly. You know, and there's still a good possibility that she may be out there alive somewhere. We see it every day, these cases where people come back after 10, 15 years.
Absolutely, absolutely. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Cleveland area in Ohio, but there is what do you call it? I can't think of it. Ariel Castro. He had kidnapped and held for more than 10 years 4 different women. They started off as well. No, that one was a woman. I think the rest were younger girls, and kept them held captive in his home for more than 10 years until they escaped. A lot of people thought they were deceased, but they weren't, and that was a good ending.
Smokey, no one's asking for your opinion.
All right, sorry, my grandchild and my son talking to me, and my fault, guys. Let me see here. Look what to my girl clue because of me. Oh, okay. It was removed after he called it in. He said it was under investigation, but he gets his ideas of where to look from pony. Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Call from Kimber.
Hello, Miss Kimber. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are y'all?
I'm good.
Doing good.
Tell Helen, if you can hear me, honey, what happened with Clue was not your fault. You can call in. That wasn't your fault.
What are we talking about? I'm lost.
Helen thinks that some trouble got started because she called in and wanted to see something, and just tell her she's free to call in. It's not her fault.
Yeah, Helen, you're always welcome to call in. I told you that the other night. I don't think anything that happened may have happened. It had nothing to do with you, I don't think, but you're always welcome to call in. Yeah, always.
That's all I wanted to say. I just wanted her to know that. Tell her she's free to call in.
Absolutely. We all love us some Helen.
Absolutely. I don't think there's anybody that doesn't love Helen. I'll be honest with you. And if you don't, something's not right. So
everybody loves Helen. Yeah, that didn't have anything to do with you, Helen, honey. So call in. We love you.
Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome to call in anytime, Helen. Please do. We do love you to death.
All right, I'm gonna get off here.
Thank you, Kimber.
You're welcome. Bye, Dago.
Bye. Have a good night, Tracy. Thank you for joining us tonight. Miss Helen, give me a call. Call that number. I want to talk to you. Go ahead and call in real quick. No problem, Zelda. Have a good night, hon. Thank you for everything you do, and I hope you get some sleep. Welcome, Annie Ruler. Thank you for joining us tonight. Excuse me. Thank you for that, Zelda. I appreciate that. And guys, we post these links. This is what pays the bills to keep me doing what I'm doing on the internet. So I appreciate all you guys that do happen to donate to that very much.
Call from
Helen.
Hello, Miss Helen.
Oh my goodness. Hello, Dago. I was afraid to call. I don't want no trouble with anybody else. And it was my fault with Clue.
There is no trouble. Nobody is ever gonna. We always got your back, Helen. I can promise you that.
I know, but I just feel like I brought up the Nina stuff, and and he didn't like it. You know, he thought we were talking bad, but I just was questioning why he had that video on. It made no sense.
I wouldn't worry about it. That is probably a troll, I'll be honest with you, and it seems to me like it is. I didn't see that situation.
No, it was the guy's video. He contacted Clue.
Oh no, that would have nothing to do with you then. That was her.
But she didn't say nothing. She just told me about the show. She said I missed the Nina thing. She told me, you know, where to go to watch it, and it was that guy. And I just questioned, why the hell would you have that in the mix of all the bullshit that's going on? Like it's a game, you know? Now her for what?
I absolutely understand it, and I know who that is now, and I know.
You know.
The situation has nothing to do with you. I promise you.
All right. It does in a way, but you know, and that's why I said I'm not calling nobody. I'm only on YouTube a week now with you and Clue, and I don't want no problems.
No, you're perfectly fine. But you do have to say hello to Doodlebug. She wanted you to say hello to her.
Hello, Doodlebug. If you were saying Doodlebug, I love your name. I love all of you guys. When I go to Clue and you, everybody likes me.
We love you. We do. I don't think there's anybody in here that doesn't love you, Helen. I can promise you that.
Because I'm from Boston and I'm a troublemaker. I'm a 74-year-old, troublemaker. I like to have fun, Dago.
And there's nothing wrong with that. We love you to death. You keep the things. We talk about so much dark and sad stuff a lot of times, and you keep the light going. You keep everything uplifted, and we love that.
And you know what? I missed what you were talking about because I was out. Now, what was the show about tonight?
Basically, we're just having an open conversation. Arctic Fox is up here with me. We talk about, as you well know, missing children, Sebastian's case, multiple summer wells, and we're just basically having a wide open discussion about the things that should be being done, that could be being done, and the fact that it needs to be made a priority that there are so many missing children and missing people all over the place. And
it's sad.
It is. It's very sad, and that's basically what, in a nutshell, what we're talking about. Little bits of things.
And here's the thing too. You know, when the kids go missing, we should, with the way, America is, we should be able to find these missing kids. And it seems like these cases, we're not finding them. It's ridiculous.
Absolutely. I agree.
That's a lot of what we were talking about.
You're my main man. You're my first and only, Dago.
Helen, that's what we were talking about earlier.
Someone else can call Dago.
Yeah.
That's fine. I don't know if you can hear Arctic, but he's saying that's what we've been talking about is how ridiculous it is. Go ahead, Arctic.
It is ridiculous. It is. I started watching you after you did Summer Wells and Kylie Rondy. I found you.
Well, I appreciate you very much. Go ahead.
Do you know how I found you?
I do not know how.
I have a remote control that I talk to, and I said to it, I like to do crafts and make pretty stuff. So it brought up my crafts on the TV, and you were in there.
I guess I'm crafty then. I didn't know that.
That's what I said. I go, and then you were my first and only, so I was so excited. So, but let someone call. Everybody have a good night. Much love to everybody, Dago. Much love to you and everybody.
You too, hon, and thank you so much for calling. And please don't feel bad about that. Don't worry yourself at all, okay?
I know. I just got to watch what I say, I guess. I'll never say names anymore.
Have a wonderful night, Helen. We love you.
You too. Goodbye. Goodbye, everybody. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
She's so awesome. I love it. But yeah, guys, that's really like Art was trying to say. That's all we're really talking about is how bad it is, and maybe what we can do, a little bit of what we can do to make it better, make it a little bit more of a priority, Yeah, see if you can hear me, Helen. If you're looking in the chat, everybody in here is saying how much they love you. So, let me see here. It's all up, down through here. Everybody in here loves you. So don't feel bad about that at all, please. Patriot says, I have contacted Nevada Child Seekers to find ways I can volunteer. What classes are you going to take? I have to look into. Somebody told me that there's courses that you can take to become an advocate for this stuff. And when you do, it gives you the opportunity to get more info, more resources at our fingertips for what we do here. So if that's the case, I'm all about that. I got to look into it here in the next couple of days to see exactly what I got to do, and I'll explain it to all you guys as well, what I have to go through if anybody else is interested in it as well. But that's awesome, Patriot, and I thank you for doing that. I very much do. That's another one. More cases have to be covered. 100%, 100%, and I'm all about that. So I appreciate that, Kimber. Hello, Paula. How are you tonight? Gigi Dillagaf, welcome. Good to see you. Yes. See, that love to all. Back to everybody. See, awesome. I love her to death. Thank you, Molly. Let me check real quick and see what we got here. Hold on a minute. Bingo. That's what I thought. Thank you, Molly. Yeah, this is insane. Good God. Hold on a second. If it'll let me do it. Here we go. NCMEC long-term missing cases. That's nuts, guys. That's too much coverage. I'm sorry. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so and this is what Molly does with the mapping and all that. Look at the coverage of all of these missing cases, and these are long-term cases, by the way, you guys. Long-term, not just a couple days or a week or whatever. They've been missing for years and months and just long-term, and it's all over the whole United States. It's insane. And they have all of down through here, just millions of them. And they have this. I know what software this is, or this program. I'm sorry, but it gives all the information as to who it was, when they're found, if they're found, date the body's found, and all that. And it is NCMECs. It's a great program. So it's very sad, Molly. I know, very sad. Just looking at the map, that right there, you can't even see the map of the United States. It's so covered. You know what I'm saying? So guys, if you see something, say something. I've been saying this for weeks now. We have to stop minding our business now. People don't like people don't like me saying that. We need to stop. We can't mind our business anymore. Okay. We need to be watching, listening, and we need to speak up. And if we got to deal with something after the fact, then it is what it is. But you never know. Like I said, there was a case. I'm gonna show you guys this right here. This blew my mind. And hold on a second here. I was grateful though, in some senses. It means that people are saying something now. I forgot I had it somewhere. Oh, hold on.
Call from Shelley.
Hello, you are live with Dago and Arctic Fox. How are you tonight? I have not heard of that. No, and if it doesn't work in the chat, you can send me an email on it if you want to.
but I'll try to put it in your chat. I'll try to drop the link in your chat and see if it'll let me when I get off the phone with you. But I
Okay.
just found out about it, and I just wanted to. UAB, it's really hard for me to find, but it's the local news channels I've been finding reporting on it. But I'm going to try to see if I can drop the link in your chat when I hang up.
Yeah, no, please do, Shelly. I appreciate it very much. If not, if it doesn't work, it should allow you to do it. And if one of my mods can grab it, if I can't get it to work, because I don't control my chat very well sometimes, but I really appreciate it. If not, I'll go looking for it myself. So, okay.
Yeah, well, it's something important that I know we're doing all these others, but this is something people need to be aware of.
Yeah, it sounds like it. That's crazy sounding. So yeah, please do, and thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem. Thanks. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Yeah, she was talking kind of low, so if you guys didn't hear it, I'm sorry, but it is something about UAB in Alabama, Birmingham, the university, about people's organs going missing or something like that, and they're looking into something with a criminal investigation. So that's pretty wild. I'll say that much. What the heck was I pulling up here with you for you guys? Oh, here it is. Sorry, 1 second. All right, guys, I'm going to turn the phone lines off for a minute so I can show this to you because they don't want to work the same time for some reason. 1 second. Here we go. Here we go. I thought this was interesting.
Change in answers after she was accused of trafficking. Single mom is demanding change in answers after she was accused of trafficking her own child while flying on Southwest Airlines. Take a listen.
Having to be embarrassed and traumatized at the airport of being surrounded by police with their hands on their guns, and like basically I feel like a criminal. Like literally you assumed I was a criminal trafficking my own son.
Yeah, so this is Brigetta Tamarchio, and she says that she's a Southwest Rapid Rewards member. She has a companion pass. She flies the same route from Florida to Ohio several times a month. She feels she followed all the proper protocols with her toddler, but for some reason this time, she and her son were flagged and ultimately questioned by police at that airport. Joining me now is Brigetta herself. Brigetta, I watched your entire 7-minute video last night. You can really hear your heartbeat in it. I mean, how are you doing this morning?
I am still shaken up from the whole thing. And I had to fly back last night and I was pretty terrified.
Yeah.
So much anxiety going to the airport.
I can imagine.
Yes.
Take us back to the incident. I mean, you made it off the plane, I understand. You go through baggage claim and almost to your rental car before police stopped you.
I was right at the rental car facility. I was about to hand them my credit card, and then they walk in and they say, "Excuse me, ma'am. We have reason to believe that this child isn't your child and that you're child trafficking him." And I look around and I'm like, "I'm sorry, me?" And they're like, "Yes, you. We have reason to believe that this isn't your child. There was suspicious activity and the Southwest Airlines pilot had called it in." I'm like, what did I even do? And they said, "We don't really know. But you need to show us proof that this is your child." And I'm thinking, like, all these thoughts are kind of going through my head, like, okay. And they're like, "Do you have a birth certificate?" And I'm like, "No, nobody carries a birth certificate after 2 years old when you fly. You don't need that anymore."
Yeah.
So
Did they ask? Did they question your son too? Did they say, "Sweetie, like, is this your mom? Are you safe?"
he was sleeping the entire time. And I even told him, I said, "Feel free to wake him up and ask him. I mean, go ahead if you need to." Nope. They said, just show me whatever you have. So I'm like frantically going through my purse, trying to pull anything that I might have, which I found, thank goodness, I found 2 insurance cards, different ones with my name and my son's name on it, which, by the way, are different last names.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm looking through, I'm like, what else do I have in here? And there was a museum card that had his father's name on it, along with my name. So I was like, look, this is his dad. It matches his dad's name. And the first thing I had given them, by the way, was my ticket. And the officer was like, and I gave him my son's ticket too. And they said, oh, we didn't know he had a ticket. I'm like,
And the ticket didn't pass muster for them. And you still don't have any answers. I mean, all these days later, has the airline given you any sort of reasoning as to why that captain called you in or reported you in the first place?
no reason at all. And when I went back into the airport yesterday, because I was pretty terrified and I had to fly back home, I actually had Southwest manager, I called them, the manager of the CBG airport, which is Cincinnati. And I said, can you walk me to the gate? Because I'm really actually terrified and I want to meet the crew. My fear was, is it the same crew? Is this going to happen again? I have no idea why I was singled out. I do feel like I was profiled, singled out for some reason. I have no idea why that is. I would love to know. And they said, sure, we'll walk you to the gate and you can meet the crew. And I did, and it made me feel better on that flight. And then when I got to my layover, I did the same thing. I mean, it's embarrassing. It's like I had to sit here and tell the story, to them all over again. And I'm starting to like sweat and feel panicky as I'm in the airport. And
Sure.
they're like, it's okay, we got you. And it's just, it's a lot.
It's a lot.
already.
And let me ask you this, just we're running out of a little bit of time here, but you're obviously his mom. You've said this made you feel like a criminal in that moment, but is there any part of you that was thankful that they were at least checking in just in case? I mean, for other families, because this is obviously an issue, but is there any part of you that was thankful for this?
Absolutely. And I did tell the officers, I said, thank you for actually following up and doing your job, because if it were reversed and if this were my child, God forbid, and thank you for doing that. And my whole point here also by telling this isn't to say, hey, don't do that. It's like, why don't we wake up and have a protocol? Maybe the protocol could be step number 1, ask for our tickets. And then if you looked at our tickets, you would see that we fly hundreds of flights together. I fly so much, I have a companion pass for my son. You would have seen that. The questions probably would have been stopped right there, but they didn't even do that. So maybe step 1 is to ask for tickets. Maybe step 2 is to ask for ID. I'm not a professional on this, so I can't give what the other steps would be, but there needs to be a protocol so that we are protecting our kids and we are also feeling safe as families traveling.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. Also,
Wow.
Yeah. That I mean, like I said, the pilot is the one that made the accusation and said you need to go check into this. But in a way, I'm glad, that happened. Like I said, he said something. He saw something that he wasn't comfortable with for whatever reason, and he said something. Now,
Exactly. And and even she said, she's not upset that it happened. She's glad they did it. But at the same time, she's right. There should be a certain protocol in place. You can't just go accusing people of trafficking a kid.
that's why I showed you that, because the trafficking or the protocol thing needs to be in everything, everywhere. There should be a protocol for that type of a situation within every airports and businesses, restaurants, whatever you think. Wherever you're at that you think you may see something, a mall, anywhere, there should be a standardized protocol for all of this stuff to be able to do something with that. You know what I mean? And I know that people would be mad. I get it. But like she said in the end, she goes, I said, thank you for doing your job, but that's where the protocol comes into play. And that would be amazing. And it would start to make things happen more often, I think. It could prevent some things possibly from happening. You know what I mean? And I think she was hinting around to the point that she thinks that it was brought to her attention, or they brought it to their attention because she may have been ethnic in some source or looked ethnic to them possibly, and that's probably why. That's what I gathered from it. So in that,
Well, and the child having a different last name certainly didn't help anything either.
No, not at all. Not at all. And it, like I said, like she's right. Like people don't care around the birth certificates of their kids. I don't. I never have. I don't want to lose it. I don't want to ruin it. Things like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think that would be an amazing thing for them to put into place. Especially now, I would hope they would try to at least a protocol for that kind of stuff. And that goes right along the lines with what we've been talking about, you guys. So I just thought I remembered seeing that a while back. It was about a month ago that happened, and she's right. And I heard somebody tell me I was talking about it. I didn't show it, but I was talking about it a while back, and somebody said it happened to somebody else too in the same type of situation, except it was a stewardess that did it. But in that situation, I couldn't find that story either. But they pulled guns on this person. It was a couple. It wasn't just a single person. So again, it just tells me that people are starting to look at this. Okay, so that's good. um, Jody says, "Welcome, Jody. By the way, I moved out still in night school. I was still technically a minor. Oh, okay. I think I meant high school. My mom knew where I was and wanted me back, but Ellie told her there's nothing they can do. I did the same thing. I left Sue to her due to her abuse, but Ellie wouldn't. No, and there's a lot of different scenarios where this happens, Jody. I get that. I moved out when I was right before I turned 18. I was still in high school, got my own apartment, I had a job, all that kind of fun stuff, because I just didn't get along with my mother anymore. My mother was still treating me like I was 5, and there are reasons why people run away. I'm not saying you ran
Absolutely.
away. I get it, guys.
You
There's
know,
people that go ahead.
sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, but
No.
it I say it in every one of the runaway cases that I cover, especially when they have run away multiple times. There's got to be a reason why that child is running, and they need to investigate the home life in these cases where children continuously run away, because 9 times out of 10 something going on at home that's causing that child to leave.
Absolutely. That's the thing right there, guys. Please don't take us wrong when we talk about runaways or this or that. Yes, runaways run away for a reason sometimes. Sometimes they do it just because they do it. I understand that. It's fun. You're a teenager, whatever. You don't like rules at home anymore. But there are some real situations, guys, where there's some form of abuse going on. And it is dangerous to send them back to that home. That is why it needs to be made priority, guys. It needs to be looked into in all aspects. If somebody runs away from a home, find out why. They need to find out why. Is there a form of abuse? Is there neglect going on? Is there something else going on? It just doesn't. If a child is a happy child, they're living a good life, they have a good family life at home, odds are they're not going to leave. Now, like I said, there are very few cases where mom and dad's rules are unfair to a 17-year-old or a 16-year-old, and I was that guy. I know it. Okay, you don't. Some parents don't want their daughters dating a 21-year-old man. I get it. I didn't either. Okay, but they're going to run away. They're going to try to go be with that guy. No, and that's where you have to learn how to sort through what's what and what's not, and make sure that it's known. When we're talking about these missing cases, this child ran away. Well, I wonder why. What's going on with this? What's going on with that? It needs to be looked into. Agreed. In the case I spoke of, previous comment, out of Colorado, the parents could have been blamed. The child runs away because they don't want to ride the bus anymore and being bullied. Okay. I mean, if the child's being bullied, the parents need to step in. My child was bullied through his whole school career. He's a junior in high school now. And I stepped in through the whole thing. I'm not going to stand for that because my child's different. You're going to bully him. No, it doesn't work for me. You want to bully somebody, bully me. Okay. We can go round and round like this. I just don't like that. And that's where the parents have to be involved in their child's life. Okay. If that
Well,
child,
and these school authorities need to start stepping up and doing their damn job too. Because I'm so sick and tired. I'm so sick and tired of these kids getting bullied and bullied and bullied. I went through it with my nephew. Gets bullied. He finally stands up for himself, and he's the one that gets suspended. He's the one that gets in trouble for it. I guarantee you can trace all these school shootings back to the bullying situation that's going on in these schools, and these teachers not doing a damn thing about it.
100%, 100%. My child was almost expelled when he was in seventh grade, because he carried a knife to school because he put it in his backpack. It was just a little like pocket knife. Because there were other ignorant kids that were making fun of him, making threats to him. Well, His understanding level wasn't that of what we would understand, and that's a problem. So and he never did anything with it. It was just in his backpack. Okay. It made him feel secure because he had it in his backpack. He showed it to somebody at the bus stop. They tried to expel him. I said, "No, you're not. No, you're not." And we went round and round with the school board, so on and so forth. And my son did spend half of the school year at home on the computer or the whatever that thing's called, Chromebook, until we went through all the hearings and everything, and we won, and he went back to school because they didn't do their job. We didn't know about it. I said, yeah, you do, because we tell you about it. Well, he doesn't tell us. I said, because he's afraid to tell you. Every time he tells you, it gets worse. And he gets in trouble for it. I have told my child, if somebody comes at you and they put their hands on you, you defend yourself. Well, then I'm going to get in trouble. I don't care. No, you're not. I don't care what they think they're going to do. It's not going to happen. I'm your father. They're not. Welcome back, Clue. So, yeah, Aric's right. They need to step up and do their job. They need to look into it. They have this bullshit, and I'm sorry, folks, but it is absolute bullshit. No tolerance policy. Bullshit. Because it happens. It happens every day, all day long. All my son wants to do is go to school, enjoy being a teenage kid, and go to school like the rest of us did. Have fun, have friends, period. And he can't, because every time he turns around, there's somebody that's making fun of something he said. There's somebody that's bringing up something that happened when he was 12 years old that they talked him into doing, and then he gets embarrassed about it. Because my son can sing. Well, see, now he can really sing, and they recorded him singing a song when he was 12, and then they made fun of it. And had the whole world watch YouTube. That embarrassed him and humiliated him. And they wouldn't leave him alone about it all the way until he hit like 9th or 10th grade, I think. Or 9th grade, I'm sorry. And then it finally stopped because I said, if it doesn't stop, I'm going to own your homes and your cars because I have an attorney and I'm done with this shit. Do your job. And that's the way it works. You can't just sit there and let it happen. What's up, Faux Popper? Good to see you, bud. I'm mad he didn't put. Oh, okay. I see you. So it needs. There's a lot of things that need changed when it comes to that stuff, guys. It really does. And there's no call for it. Kids are just mean. You know, there was bullies when I was in school too, but it wasn't like it is now. And again, I still feel that it's because there's no fear of consequence or authority anymore, because they can't do anything. You can call the police on a child, and the child knows that there's nothing going to happen to them unless they've hurt somebody else or themselves. They know that because the school teaches them that. The school also teaches them that nobody's allowed to discipline you. Nobody's allowed to touch you. Nobody's allowed to do it. You can't be disciplined. And the kids take that to heart, and they're like, well, I can do whatever I want now. And that's what has happened. And it's wrong. There's a way to put that out there to keep kids safe without making them think that there's no boundaries anymore. You know what I mean? And that's sad. No fear or respect for it. So 100%, bro. 100%. It's sad. It all goes hand in hand, you guys. And these bullies, they get away with it. And 9 out of 10 times, I've found in my situation at least, the parents are bullies too.
True.
They really
100%.
are. I sat in the office and listened to a phone call from the principal's office when they called this other child's parents the one time. Situation real quick. I'll tell you a story. My son is sitting at the lunch table, and I watched all this on their cameras. He's sitting at the lunch table, eating his lunch alone because he doesn't have many friends at that time. Eating his lunch, minding his business. Some little dickhead kid comes over, excuse my language, but it pisses me off every time I talk about it. But there's a good ending to it, I promise you. And sits down in front of him and starts messing with him. My son stands up, doesn't say a word, and he slides down. The kid slides down. My son moves back to his spot. Mind you, they only get so long to eat their lunch, and then they're done. They go back to school. This went on for, I don't know, half hour, 40 minutes. Because I think, or no, it was about a half hour. No, the lunch was a half an hour. That's what it was. It went on for about 20 minutes, okay? And then he finally got up and moved completely to a different table. The kid followed him. My son turned and slammed his tray down. And he said, leave me alone. Stop. Just go away. And the kid sat down and mocked them. Leave me alone. Stop. Go. You know what I mean? So all of this was on camera. Thank God they have cameras in the cafeteria and all this. My son stands up, bell rings, he goes over. And I was so proud of him for this. And I said it loud to everybody, including the resource officer, the principal, and in the office when they were on the phone with the parents. My son stood up and walked over to the garbage can. They have to dump like their garbage in the garbage can, and then they set their tray down. The kid followed him to the garbage can and started messing with him. So my son was done, turned around, grabbed the kid, flipped him over, and threw him in the garbage can and walked away. End of story.
Hell yeah.
He didn't hit him. He didn't hurt him. He just threw him in the garbage can. And there you go. So then a teacher notices there's a problem. Okay. Of course, he goes to the principal's office. I get called to the school, blah, blah, blah. Well, this is not the way to do things. Well, what way is? Because he's been going through this for how long now, and you haven't done anything. You have these teachers monitoring lunches, and they're just standing here talking to each other, and they're not looking at the cafeteria. Then they called the parents of the other child, and I'm sitting there with the resource officer. The resource officer thought it was hilarious because the kid that does this stuff does it to a lot of people, and he's just a little punk bully kid because he's miserable. And the parents get on the phone. Well, this is such and such, and this is, about this, that, and everything else. The first thing the parent says, well, what did the other child do to my son? See? Nothing at all. Your son was repetitiously picking on this child. Well, he doesn't normally do that. Yes, he does. Because you haven't been involved in his life, obviously, to not know who he is. So that's what I'm saying, guys. There's a lot of that goes around, and I'm sick of it all. Excuse me. Let me see here. A problem, no, a bully on the trash can. Right. That's what I said to him. I said, good job, bud. I said, now
Threw him
typically,
away like the trash that he was.
that's exactly what I said too. I said, now typically, let's try to work it in a different way in the future, but I'm not mad at you. And I told them in the office, I said, I will not discipline my son for this, just so you know. And I said, neither will you. Well, typically, I said, no, he didn't hit him. He didn't put his hands on him until that child pushed him. I said, and all my son did was turn around and grab him because he took jujitsu classes and stuff like that. He took him, grabbed him, and flipped him into the garbage can and walked away. He put his hands up like this on camera and walked away. And then the kid, they had to help him out of the garbage can, and the whole cafeteria saw it. It was great. Humiliation for humiliation. An eye for an eye. Sorry. And he left them alone after that. There it is. Problem solved.
In fairness, your son handled it better than I would have because that son of a bitch would have been wearing my lunch tray.
I see, and he handled it better than me because when I was his age, I had a temper. I fought with people, and I would have just beat the kid to death back then. You know what I mean? And I'm not like that now, but when I was younger, you didn't mess. I just was that guy. Don't come to me. You know what I mean? So, and I was bullied till I was, I think, in third grade, and then something happened, and I defended myself, and they left me alone until I got in high school. And I was repeatedly picked on by this really big black dude that constantly was messing with me, constantly. I had longer hair. He would pull on it, do this. And I snapped one day, and he knocked my books out of my hand, yanked on my hair one too many times. I walked over, grabbed the fire extinguisher off the wall, and swung it like a bat, hit him right inside the face. I blacked out when I did it. I was so tired of the bullying type shit. He never bothered me again after that. And I was suspended for a while, and that's not the answer, folks. Violence isn't the answer. I've taught him that we don't do that, okay? But some people can only take so much. It's enough. It's ridiculous how these kids are. And I don't want to flip this show into a bullying thing, but it is another issue, guys. That's a bad thing. And honestly, bullying can lead to kids running away or other things too, in some senses. So I guess it can go hand in hand in some senses. Let me see. Oh, somebody else that does that too. Miss Paula, you did something I do all the time in your where you wrote that. I think it's because I type too fast. I always type it like that, then I gotta go back and fix it. TAHT. And I'm not trying to do that, but I'm glad to see I'm not the only one that does that. Oh, so I did find what they were talking about, or what Shelly was talking about. The link didn't show up, Shelly, but I found it anyway, hon. Don't worry about it. I appreciate it. When you were in school, fire hydrants weren't. We got to do it twice in one day. Asshat. It wasn't a fire hydrant. It was a fire extinguisher with a hose connected to it. Asshat. That's 3 times. She does that shit on purpose because she wants me to call her an asshat. You're a comedian. A comedian. Buckets of water. Yeah, right. So funny, Clue. This is a little bit side of the subject, but I'm going to show you what you guys what Shelly called in for real quick. Pretty crazy stuff too, folks. Bear with me here. Same thing, hydrant. They're not the same thing, Clue. Good Lord. A fire hydrant is planted in the ground, connected to a water line that sprays water out of it. A what did I just say? A hydrant, yeah. An extinguisher is a portable spraying device. Definitely not the same. Definitely not the same. Okay. So this is what Shelly was talking about when she called in, and it, like I said, it's pretty crazy, guys. So check this out real quick.
New federal lawsuit is taking on the Alabama Department of Corrections after an inmate's body was returned to his family missing an organ. He was returned to them without a heart, and he is not the only inmate returned in a similar condition. An autopsy was conducted on 43-year-old Brandon Dotson shortly after he died in prison. But when his body was returned, his loved ones discovered his heart was missing. Instead, an investigation suggests the organ was taken by forensic pathologists at the University of Alabama, Birmingham for medical research without the family's consent. Joining us now is the Dotson family attorney, Lauren Ferrano. Lauren, we appreciate you joining us. And can we start with you just sharing a little more about this case? How did Brandon's family discover that his heart was missing in the first place?
Sure. So Brandon's family learned that his heart was missing because they hired a second pathologist to conduct an autopsy. Alabama's prisons have been in crisis now for years, and they didn't trust the results that were going to come from the Department of Corrections itself. So when they reached into their retirement savings to hire the second pathologist, the pathologist told them that a heart was not in the body. And since then, we've learned that many other families have been impacted as well.
I mean, as you mentioned, this is not the only instance of an inmate being returned without their organs. We know another Alabama family had to bury their father without any of his organs after they were removed in an autopsy. Does the University of Alabama have any right to these organs? Do they need the families to consent?
We do believe that they need the families to consent. And right now, they are using the consent of the wardens to take these organs and use them for whatever purpose they see fit. The law is very clear that it requires family consent for the retention of organs. And what we're seeing is these people who are dying in prison custody being treated in a way that no other person in society is being treated. They're being treated less than. And the wardens are giving these permissions that they don't actually have the authority to give.
The Department of Corrections states that autopsies are only performed when an inmate's death is suspicious or unnatural. Does the Dotson family have any clarity over what exactly happened to their son?
We don't have much clarity about anything. There was a hearing that we had to try to determine where is this heart. And I think all of us left that hearing more confused than we were when we went in. The Department of Corrections says we don't perform autopsies, and yet they have an autopsy agreement with the University of Alabama. They say the wardens don't give permission, and yet we have prior autopsies from previous years that show that the warden is the one who gave permission. So we are still very much in the investigative phase. All we know is that University of Alabama is engaged in a practice through the consent of the Department of Corrections to take organs without family permission.
How often do you suspect this might be happening? I mean, do you think there's some families who are receiving their loved one's body back and they are not funding a second autopsy of their own?
Absolutely. How many families have thousands of dollars to have a second autopsy? So right now I'm in touch with multiple families. I got a call again this morning from a new family that discovered they were able to hire a second pathologist, and they discovered that all of the organs were missing as well. But in most instances, the family is burying their loved one and they don't know that this is happening. Based off of the numbers that we currently have access to, we suspect that at least dozens, if not hundreds, of families have been impacted.
So, what does justice look like for this family? What changes do you and the Dotson family hope the federal suit will spur?
Well, we certainly want to raise awareness, and we appreciate the coverage of this important issue. Ultimately, we just want the university to have to ask for consent from the family. We all support medical research. And if the family says yes, then I have no problem with the organs being taken. But right now, the law is not being followed, and the university is taking advantage of a vulnerable population.
All right, Lauren Farino, I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching. Go to
Wow. Wow. That's crazy. And Paula's right. Like these are prisoners, so they're basically treating them like they're nothing because they're in prison, okay? And I think they need to prove how, first of all, these people are dying when they're in prison. Going back to what Paula said, for all we know that they're unaliving these people in prison so that they can sell their dang organs. And that's what it is. They're selling them, folks, to make money off of them. What, are you going to say something, bud?
I was just agreeing with you.
It's just crazy. Like, what the hell is going on? Kimber said it. Like, what the hell? What the WTF is wrong with people? If it's not one thing, it's something else, you guys. Money, everything. What we were talking about, trafficking. It's money. All of this. It's money. It's the root of all evil. I'm sorry, but it is. And it does make the world go round. I know that. Okay. Some states don't even require degrees and licenses to become a mortician. I know that. That's fact. I covered a case not too long ago. Do you guys remember when that was? I think it was a few months ago, about a funeral home, and I think it was in Colorado, that had been shut down for 2 years, I think it was. And they found, it started with 50, but then it rose to over 200 bodies stacked inside this funeral home.
Yes. That's the same funeral home that I was talking about that was actually giving their families concrete dust instead of cremains.
Yes.
Yeah.
What the hell? Okay. And these people were paying all this money for cremations and funeral and things like that. And they were never doing it because they couldn't. They didn't have a license to do that. Okay. They were detached from whatever that does that makes that happen. The funeral home was shutting down. So they were just stacking these bodies in this funeral home, taking people's money and saying, the people that were getting the remains, it was concrete dust. And you have no way to know that until you test it. You know what I'm saying? And how many people are going to go test it? It's insane. It's insane, the things that go on. Absolutely. And I read a story after that was they were bringing the bodies in the funeral home and doing autopsies on the bodies that or not autopsies, but a lot of the bodies had autopsies done. They were going in and unstitching it and taking the organs and reselling them to other people and telling them that they were fresh organs and stuff like what the hell? Not to mention it was all illegal, every bit of it. I mean, what is going on in our world right now, you guys? Everything is not the way it's supposed to be. Yeah, that's where that story came from, Annie. New Orleans. And if you go, I had a friend that went to Jamaica on vacation a couple years ago. And he stayed at that one resort we all see with the blue water and all that. It's all beautiful. The people that run the resort, no lie, the moment he stepped onto the property, they said, don't leave. If you leave, do not go by yourself. What are you talking about? They said, we're telling you this for your own safety. Why? And that was from the moment that he got off the plane. They took a shuttle bus, I guess it is. It was all part of their package to get to the resort. And they were there for a week. Do not leave this resort without anybody with you ever, because they were having people that they were killing people and like just taking their liver, their kidneys, their heart, whatever, and leaving them to die somewhere on the side of the road. It was crazy.
That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, it happened. I don't know how many different times. So, yeah, and he was scared to death the whole time he was there to do anything. Take your name off. What are you talking about, Helen?
They're telling people to take their name off of the organ donor thing on their driver's license, and I
Oh yeah,
get where people are scared and stuff, but there's so many people waiting on organs too. So I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily the answer. There's people waiting years to get a dang transplant right now. So
yeah. I've always been an organ donor, and I'll continue to be, only because I it's not going to happen in every sense. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's it. That's what it is people were going down, they were getting like drunk as hell. They're on vacation, they're enjoying themselves, and they're traveling out of the resorts and going and doing this, and then they disappear, and they're finding them a couple of days later, on the side of the road, in the jungle, in the woods somewhere, and they're dead, and they're missing their kidney, or they're both their kidneys, or a heart, or their liver, and it's like, what the hell? So yeah, it's just crazy, absolutely crazy. So yeah. You'll wake up in a bathtub full of ice in some places. That has happened. I've seen stories that has happened. It's nuts. It is very scary stuff. There was a story I read about a guy that woke up. He went to a bar. I'm trying to remember this. This was like 10 years ago. He went to a bar with his girlfriend. And they was down in a like Africa or somewhere like that. They or Jamaica, somewhere out in those areas. But anyway, they went out to a bar to go dancing, had a great time, and that's all he remembered was he ordered a drink, he started drinking it, they were dancing, and that was it. He woke up in the basement of some building. Um, he wasn't in ice, but he was on like a table, like an operating table.
wow.
And he was in severe pain. God, I gotta find the story and show it to you guys. It was nuts. Um, and he got up off the table and started looking around. Oh yeah, he got up off the table, started looking around, found the stairwell, got up and ran, and he was bleeding like out of the side of his body. And they had taken a piece of his liver, I think it was, when he finally got everything sorted out. And his girlfriend his girlfriend was missing, and they never found her. And he came back to the States and blah blah blah, so on and so forth. But yeah, it's crazy. It's just crazy. Um, so be careful, folks. If you're going on vacation anywhere out of the United States, be careful. That's all I'm saying.
Makes me damn proud no one's going to want my organs unless they're going to recycle the tar off my lungs to repave the interstate. So.
Amen, bro. Amen, bro. Yeah, my organs are rotted. I'm sure you don't want nothing on my body. So, um, I've heard about the people that were doing that, taking organs and waking up with notes how to live if they can't get help after the kidney was removed. I heard that story too. Yeah, that's really crazy stuff. I've heard stories. I've also read stories about people approaching people, offering them, I'll give you $10,000 for your kidney, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. But then they want them to go to a backyard butcher type doctor to do it, and no, you know what I mean. So don't do that either. Obviously, it doesn't take common sense to figure that one out. Yeah, Kim, go ahead. Andy, would you mind sharing your connective tissue disease? I have dystrophy and my diagnosis. Just looking for a miracle. Annie. Um, Great, Pearl. Good to see you tonight, hon. Thank you for joining us. What are we talking about? I've been watching. Literally just came here to tell friends and haven't had the heart. I think this is really good. What are we talking about, Gray? Oh, Just sharing a little side note that could affect us all in the near future is Israel has started the retaliation strikes against Iran. No, I've been watching that quietly, but yes, it. The world is crazy right now, guys. The world is crazy right now. Just be safe, guys. That's all I can say. But keep your eyes open. Israel. That's what I said, Clue. Did I not say Israel and Iran? I thought I did. If I didn't, my apologies. I think everybody needs to just oh yeah, absolutely they will. They will. That's been going on for so long, but it's really getting heated, guys. It really is. And it's scary. It is because, as we all know, our country has to get involved in everything, whether it's our business or not, and you know how that goes. So we have people sleeping on the sidewalk outside the White House with nowhere to go, veterans that defended our country, and they want to worry about business in other countries.
Yeah, and we've got people that choose not to eat just so they can pay for their insulin. So
100%. It's sad. It is so sad. Leaving it on your driver's license can leave you at great risk. I'm on the kidney donation registry for a friend. It's safer that way. It leaves things. Okay. Thank you, Kim. Appreciate it. 100%. I believe that too. We had no business being in Ukraine. It was not our problem. We have our own problems here. Why can't we deal with those problems first and then worry about helping other people? We have enough problems in the United States that we could deal with it for the next 500 years, guys, and still never be back on track. But no, we can't. Hello, Miss
well,
Helen.
you'd be surprised how much we could do for our people if we stopped going to war for all these little issues that have nothing to do with us. You know, we'd
100%.
have universal health care, we'd have places for the homeless, we'd have all kinds of good stuff, but you know.
1,000,000%, dude. 1,000,000%. Oh yeah, okay. I see it. Yeah. Yeah, there's most definitely gonna be return strikes on that. So keep your eyes open, guys. That's all I can say. Oh yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like, we have war veterans, literally, that are sleeping on sidewalks, have no homes, no medications. A lot of them, some of them are mentally ill. They don't have the resources nor the um medications or anything. And don't get me wrong, some choose this, yes, I know, but there's a lot that don't. And we're not dealing with that. We're not. These are people that defended our country so that that White House can stand where it's at, um, and so that we can all be free in this country. And they can't take care of that, but they'll go help everybody else around us. It's insane. It really does bug me. Um,
Well, Clue, we could probably find quite a few kids if Elon donated all the money he spends on building one of those dick-shaped rockets of his.
oh, be nice about Elon. Clue loves her some Elon. I found that one out kind of crazy, but that's true though. It is true. Like, these people that have all this money that just sit on it. Um, and they live these wonderful lives and they go build these bomb shelters to they're going to survive in and all this stuff when the world blows up or whatever. Donate some of that to the rest of the world and maybe help something. Find some kids, find some missing people, help the government, do something. You know what I mean? They just, nobody cares. It's crazy. That's a big one too. Stop giving extra money for not being a family with both parents involved in raising their children. Stop letting the welfare system have 17 kids so that they can get more money on their welfare checks or more food stamps. I mean, all of these things. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at the system for what it is and make it work. You know, it's our country, guys. We put this country together ourselves. I'm not going to get into any political stuff because people get upset. I'm just saying there's a lot of stuff that's going on that
Well, this country, and not to get political, but both sides need to learn how to come together like big boys, just like the creators on YouTube need to learn how to come together. Because I remember back in the day, you know, you had John McCain and Ted Kennedy, and they would go across the aisle to work with each other to get shit done. Now they're too busy fighting over who has the biggest cock in Congress, blocking each other left and right to get anything done.
100%. I do agree. Give me 1 second. Sorry, guys. I've been holding that for a minute. Too much coffee today. No, I agree with you wholeheartedly on that one, Arctic, for sure. Oh, look at it's a new relationship. The love is there. You guys are awesome. We all love each other. You have mods, don't you, Arctic?
Yeah, Kimber is my mod. I modded her today.
That's what I thought. That's what Kimber was saying. Okay. Congrats, Kimber.
Not to change the subject or put you on the spot, but I had an idea that I wanted to run by you.
No, by all means. By all means.
June the 9th is National Children's Day, and we're wanting to put the focus on all these missing kids. I can't think of any better way to do it than to do maybe 12 hours of missing kids on that day, just dedicated to nothing but seeing how many kids we can cover in a 12-hour period.
Hell yeah. I'm down. 12 hours it is. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, is everybody else on board as well? You still there?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't run it by anyone else yet. I would like to get like you, me, Dutchy, Mind of Monsters, as many creators as we can on panel to cover as many missing kids as we can on that day.
Absolutely. I'm down, bro. We can start in the morning, run all day long. Maybe we can bounce back and forth between panels for different channels. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we could certainly. I mean, we'll work all the details and schematics out, but it's something that's worth doing.
I'm ready. Let's do it. I'm all about that. I love it. It is June 9th, which is National Children's Day. That would be
on a Sunday, I think.
A Sunday. Okay. Well, normally I don't do Sundays, but it's worth it for that. So yes, I'm down 100%. And we would, of course, want all of you to tune in and just all day long. Yeah, that's a great idea. I love that. Wait, what do we got here? Not Elon, but the ball guy who took tourists up. I think I am wrong. It's okay. As long as you're understanding it and this and that, you can check it out. No big deal.
Thank you, Kimber. I appreciate that.
That's awesome, Kimber. Good stuff. I'm sure Molly will be doing that. Doodle will be doing that too. And everybody puts everything together, then we could do, yeah, that'll be a hell of a show. I love it. All right, Kimber says she wants you to send her stuff for Slode.
Yeah, Kimber, I don't know if I have your email or not. Just send me an email. I've got a whole phone full of flyers, so.
Yeah, I'm sure he can get you some stuff for some Slodes, Kimber, for sure. I gotta tease you. People tease me so often. What the hell? Like the old time Jerry Lewis marathon. Hell yeah, let's do it. Nobody can wear you down, Clue. Nobody. Yep, Doodle said it. Oh yeah, you can bet your biscuits. I like to. Well, we can bet biscuits if you want, but
As long as they got gravy with them.
100%, bro. I was just gonna say that. Damn it. Love some food. Yes, Clue. I know I am. I'm soft. I know. Everybody tells me you're too nice. You're too soft. I get it. Absolutely down. So don't forget it, guys. In fact, I'm going to put it on my calendar right now. And then, like you said, yeah, we can work out the details. And I'm sure that Dutchy and Mine of Monsters and Clue, are you down for that too? And like I said, maybe we can just bounce to all the channels back and forth all day long and keep it going through the whole day. And we can work out all the details for it. All right. I'm glad I got this calendar thing because I remember so much more stuff now. Miss Helen, of course you will. I love it.
Yeah, I just put it in my calendar. Let's see. I would love it if we could stream it on all of our channels simultaneously to get as many viewers as possible, but I don't know how in the world to do that. So
I was just going to say that we can actually do that. If everybody's using StreamYards, there's a way. Okay. Like me and Clue have gone live before. I didn't see it. Sorry, Clue. Okay. I would go, like, I've gone live and then split the stream with her, or vice. She's gone live and then I can go from my side and share that with my audience. And then I don't know if we can. I think we probably should be able to do it through all of us. What color are?
well, someone's going to have to show my redneck ass how to do it because I am not tech savvy.
Yeah, it's not hard. It's no big deal. I'll show you. What Wayne Kersey? What color are you all making the charms? What are we talking about here, Wayne? What charms? Yeah, that's basically what it is. One person shares, and then that person shares, and then that person shares, and it's, yeah. I think we could all do it, like just one after another. We all back out of or jump off each other, and then we're all live at the same time. 100%. And like I said, do you use StreamYard too, Arctic?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, it's no big deal. I'll show you. It actually pops up on your screen when you go live, and it says share this to your audience if you're on like panel with somebody else, and so on and so forth. All right, Miss Kim. Hold on a minute here. Let me pull something up. Hold on. What is this? Oh, good lord. What the hell, Molly? Okay. And Tomboy, did you say? Who said email? Okay, hold on, Tomboy. Let me check now too. Molly just sent me something just because, so I guess we'll look at it. Oh, cool. Good job, Tomboy. This is pretty cool. Tomboy does crafts while she's watching the live streams. And this is what she does. She makes all these cool little things, little cups and tumblers and things like that. She's always making gnomes. So that comes off as a lid and you can drink out of it, I guess. It's pretty neat. Good job.
Dago, you need to send that surveillance video I sent you earlier to Clue.
Okay, gotcha. Absolutely will do. And then our yes, I do need to do that. That's funny. You'll like that one. That was hilarious. Right at the right time too. Molly just sends me these things all the time just to get a smile, and I usually do. And so are you, Miss Helen. So here you go, guys. This should give you a nice little laugh. Check it out.
Cute. That's really good. Kind of laugh. That's a good one in there.
Where did you find a video of my brother playing with his favorite squeaky toy?
I'm muted. Sorry. Jesus doodle. Um, Usually Molly sends me stuff like this all the time. Usually it's cat videos, but that one was interesting. I'll say that much. You ever see the video of the donkey sounding like he's laughing at the dog that got too close to the electric fence? No, I haven't. Wow. So now I can just see Clue doing her shows with the donkey in the background. Oh, good Lord Almighty! Hey, there she is. I was wondering when we was going to see you.
We was just talking about you, Sunshine.
Yes, we were. There's a link in chat if you'd like to join us, ma'am. Please do real quick. I get it, Molly. It was hilarious. The dog got stung. Lord. I've never heard of that one before. All right, let me get this down now. Hold on a minute. Where did it go? Boom. Hold on a minute. Um,
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Hero.
Hello, Arctic. How are you?
Doing good. We have come up with an idea that we would love for you to join us on National Children's Day, Sunday, June the 9th. We are going to do a 12-hour stream, nothing but covering missing kids. See how many we can cover in 12 hours.
Oh, I'd love that. That's a great idea.
I'm all about it.
That's an awesome idea.
Bingo. We just got to get Duchess, and Clue said she'd do it. And I don't know if there's anybody else you guys can think of that would be interested. I think it would be awesome.
I'm sure we can round up a few folks.
Yeah. And there's a bunch of people that already said that they would put together slides or whatever and that's awesome too. So thank you all. Hold on a minute here. What was I looking for? I keep losing my train of thought tonight, guys. I was hoping you'd come in here earlier, but it's okay. You're here now because we were just talking about just missing people, missing children, and everything that the insanity of it, and everything that goes along with it, and so on and so forth. So
I really hadn't been over here much. I was in Discord watching Quiet on Set.
Watching what?
Oh, have they dropped the last episode?
They're rewatching what was already put out. I was just kind of disturbing the chat because I've already watched it.
Oh, there is that there. Okay.
They're supposed to be doing the last one's supposed to be all about dance moms, I think.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, wow. That show was vicious. Those
Justice,
women were.
Yeah, I've covered Dior on my channel before, but we can definitely revisit some of these older cases that haven't been visited in a while.
I wouldn't mind doing a refresher on Dior too, honestly. Right along with the Summerwells. A lot of these colder cases that have gone cold, I should say, I don't mind doing it at all. I really do want to go back again to. I have a bad vibe for the Sean. Some people say Daughtry, other people say Doherty case. Are you familiar with that one? Either one of you?
Arctic, that's the boy that was hung from the
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that one. That's another one I take to heart because I don't believe that that's anywhere near what happened.
Yes, I actually covered that on my channel. I've covered so many cases I lose track, but yeah, I covered that.
Yeah, I have a big issue with that case. Mama Bear, my co-host, I'd like to revisit that again. A lot of these ones, I'd like to go back if you guys are into that. You know, I would love to do it with you guys too, and just bring it back up, talk about it, and get everybody's points. That because if you've covered it, I've covered it. Whoever, you know what I'm saying, and we can just look at different things that maybe, even things that we maybe missed at that point when we covered it before. But again, mostly just to refresh it and to bring it back out because. Right. Yeah, that was another one Molly was on with us too that it really bothered her, Mama Bear, because there's no way in hell that went down the way it did. They've shown that it did. No way in hell. And I just don't understand how they have allowed it to just lay like that, like it has. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
It was very much. They found this, I believe he was 12 at the time. They found him hanging from a string on a swing set in the backyard. Okay, but he wasn't really hanging per se. His feet were on the ground, but he was just kind of like he was placed there. And his hands, you guys, this is the part that always got me. His hands and arms were to his side, and he had a belt wrapped around his waist, holding his hands down. Yes, dude, a clue exactly. He was wearing his stepfather's clothes, and his hands were to his sides, and the belt was so tight that when EMS got there, the circulation was cut off completely. They hardly could get it off. So how did he do that to himself with his hands tied to his sides, buckled with the belt to his sides? It doesn't work that way. So that's why I've always had issue with that one, amongst other things, of course.
Yeah, I remember when Arctic covered it.
Yeah, that was horrific. I'm sorry. I have better info. Absolutely. Let me know, Justice. If you want to send me something, I'm more than willing to take it and look at it again. Because that was another one that I can't get out of my head, the baby Dior Coons case, because it doesn't make any sense to me once again. There's a lot of them, guys, a whole lot of them. And it just doesn't make sense. Did I put that in? There it is. There's my email if you want to send me something. I'd love to see it. So now we got for people. I'm sure, like I said, I'm sure Duchess would do it. I don't see why she wouldn't. That would be awesome, though. It's a great idea, Arctic. I really like it.
Yeah, she's at her son's wedding right now, but when she gets back, I'll send her a message and run it by her.
Sounds like a
Arctic, you
plan.
think Southern gal would?
Oh, I'm sure Dawn would. Yeah.
Yeah. She does a lot of missing.
Cool.
And she does.
And she
She
definitely
loves
likes
cold
visiting the
cases.
cold cases.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Great minds.
Don't forget what the. Oh yeah. Also, yeah, what the little brother said. That case hit a lot of us hard. The Sean Daugherty case or Doherty. Everybody says it different, but yeah. There's a lot of weird things in that. So that's some of the stuff, guys. I would love to revisit. Okay, because I'm just not happy with the way it ended. Yep, another part. You guys, so you guys know that one a lot. His feet had no dirt on him. He did not walk out there. These Emmys need license repute. I agree. The only thing is with that case, it gets me wondering because both of his parents worked for the government. Okay. And I had to wonder if that had an effect on it at all. I really did. Thank you very much, Justice. I appreciate it very much. You got anything new to throw out, Mom, today about anything?
Not really anything new. I've started a new job, so I've been working 10 hours. I'm taking off tomorrow.
Gotcha.
Just planning on doing
That's
like a day live and just kind of going over the updates with Riley and maybe looking at the interviews with his family, and that's a whole
Did you watch
mess.
that? Yeah. Did you watch the newer interview they did where I think his mother states that he had called her and said something was going on with his drink?
Yeah. Yeah, the one that
Yeah.
Brian Hinton did. Yeah.
Yes.
And Arctic
Yes.
sent me a screenshot of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's a whole mess. And then of course, I'm a local here in Orlando, so I was gonna talk about Maddie and just do like a case update kind of discussion.
Cool.
Just to touch on a bunch of, anything I can muster up.
Yep. Absolutely. Guys, can we drop Mind of Monsters link in the chat too? Again, if we can. That way we can all go over there and check that out too. Subscribe, hit the. I'm sorry,
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
sir. I appreciate it. I was just gonna say that that we had a crazy case here last week. A girl was carjacked, and that's a whole mess too. So I kind of want to touch base on that case again. Have you heard about that?
I was getting ready to, yeah, actually Mikey, one of my other mods, he sent me something. Hold on a minute. I didn't really get a chance to like deeply dig into it, but let me see something here. I think it's the same one because he lives right near it. According to him, it was like right down the road from his house, he said.
Yeah, me too. 10 minutes from where I live.
Yeah, you've been all over that, Sunshine. I've seen the 2 or 3 lives you did on it.
Oh wow, it's crazy. Like we went and I hate to say reenacted, but I guess that's what we did. We went and reenacted the drive and then went to the spot where her vehicle was found, and it was just, when you go to these places, it's so surreal, like standing there and just
Yep.
I
That's
mean,
the same thing. That's the same exact thing Clue said when she realized that she was Sebastian. It was in her neighborhood. You know what I mean? And when you're in that, when it's going on like that, it's just like, wow, 100%. And I think that's with anything, not just with the cases, but yeah, there was another one that we covered. Mike sent to me from down there. And I haven't seen any updates on it, but it was a missing woman. She went missing. I think her husband was arrested. They were estranged. What was her name? Oh God. And her daughter did interviews. JLR, of course, was down there. And she the daughter cussed JLR out for doing the interview with the woman's ex-boyfriend. I guess it was her mother, and she had like multiple boyfriends and stuff like that. And what the hell was her name?
Her name just completely slipped my mind. But yeah, that's not far from me either. That's like an hour and a half away from me. What is her name? She's still missing. They just did a search last weekend.
And she's still missing. Yeah.
Let's see.
Brandy. It's not Brandy. It's
Mm-mm.
Nicole.
She's not. I believe it is Nicole. She's not from here originally. And
No.
Yeah, her husband was arrested on some pretty gnarly charges.
Yeah. The stuff they found in his phone and some other stuff that went down too. Hold on a minute here. Mikey, where is it?
Nicole Baldwin.
Yep, there it is.
Yes, Nicole Baldwin. There you go.
I feel so bad when I forget names of these cases, but there's so many of these cases that we covered that it's really hard to separate them sometimes. You know what I'm saying? They overlap, and I just forget things to begin with. So, there it is. Oh, where'd it go? I just had it. Come on. 1 second, guys. I'm sorry. I talk to myself a lot when I'm doing stuff.
Yeah, it's the presser was the 12th of this month, so just a few days ago, and it's now an alive investigation. They did the search on the 12th. She wasn't found. The cadaver dogs at K9 searched the wooded areas. Over 200 search warrants have been obtained to date.
And we're talking about Nicole Baldwin or the newer one you're talking about?
Nicole Baldwin. Currently no official suspects and $5,000 reward. She's missing from Mount Dora.
Yep, there it is, Mount Dora. Thank you.
Yep.
What do you
and we
think?
Still got Tanya Whip too.
Yep, that was another one I was trying to. I almost said her name for that one.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any thoughts, Mind of Monsters, on the Nicole Baldwin situation?
Just from what I know about the case, she, I don't want to sound disrespectful, she lived a very free life. We'll put it that way.
Yes.
And, jealousy runs deep. Married, open marriage, closed marriage, however you want to look at it. But I don't trust her husband as far as I could throw him.
Same. Yeah.
And the morning that they tear gassed and busted through his door, I really honestly thought like that was going to be the end of it. Mm-hmm. And here we're months and months later and still looking for her. And then there was an advocate. Actually, it's a family member of a woman that's missing here that I spent hours on the phone with that got involved in it. And she ended up having warrants served on her and her cell phones and everything else taken. And, it's just.
Right. Somebody, I got a couple emails. One was from somebody that lived down there that was a anonymous person and said that they think that the daughter that with the dark hair that did the interviews was involved somehow. And I said, well, do you have any kind of, any kind of factual, anything fact-based to back that up with? And she just said no, but she thinks that it is based on the fact that she stood up for the father, the one that was arrested, on such a regular thing. But there's other things she said that she knew about, and then I never heard back from her. So I was just like, I'm curious, very curious. So you're talking about the one is it Seminole County?
Yeah, Catherine, and I'm not even going to try with her last name because I keep chopping it all to pieces. But her first name's Catherine, and she was from Homestead, Florida, which is down south, like Miami area.
She was found in a different.
Yeah, she was actually. I kept calling it Osceola because Kissimmee's cut in half. So you have Osceola and you have Orange County. So where she was found is Orange County. And then where Maddie was found is Osceola County.
Yeah.
It's all, they cut the county so weird down here, but it's like
there's a lot going on. Yeah.
That's a whole mess. That case is a whole mess.
Agreed.
There's a
Agreed.
police officer that's been arrested, and
In the carjacking case?
yeah.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to pull that one up and maybe do a day on that. Then I just got it the other day from him. I woke up to it, and with everything else that's been going on, I haven't really had the chance, unfortunately, to like delve into it. So definitely, I'm gonna put that out too. Excuse me. I'm gonna start a JLR themed bowling alley with JLR space and all the pins and bullhorn, but I love it. Now, don't forget though, you got to put Molly's something in there. Maybe make the aisle or the floor. Maybe make it a printout of Molly Golightly too.
Well, since she's half silicone, I figured she'd be the bumpers to make sure that the balls don't go into the gutter.
There you go. 100%. I love it. Yeah, I'm not fans at all. Never was. Never will be. No, that's another sad situation. God, there's so much out there.
Yeah, and then Harmony, if you follow Steve on Twitter, right?
Yo, yeah.
So Steve, like, he's went up there and like even before the monster went to trial and like drove the route, and he's been working on her case for years. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
just like myself and a handful of the rest of us have and know that case inside and out. And now law enforcement is saying that they don't want outside help. It's like, come on, really?
Right. I know.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we're just going to see more and more cases like Harmony's until the CPS system gets reformed. They haven't had a major reform since the 1960s, and they're so hell-bent on returning kids to biological parents after they've been put with good homes. That's why we keep seeing this shit. Oakley Carson is another case like that.
Yeah. Yes. Yep. Oakley case. Yeah. Yeah. So we've all followed the same cases, and 100%. I know that now. And they're horrific, guys. It's all horrible stuff. It makes no sense to me. None at all. I just don't understand. Like you said, the CPS or CSB we call it here, but whatever, the reform, they haven't around here. I don't think they've ever done it. There's so many failures that come out of CPS here. It's sad. I told a story the other day, I think, to you guys about the baby that was taken from a home because of SA issues, and very, very, very young baby. I swear to, like 3 months old. Okay. And because of I think it was the father. Well, then they take the baby, and the baby's staying at the CSB facility, and they allowed for visitation with other family members. Well, they take the baby into one of the rooms, and there's cameras in these rooms. A cousin and his wife came to visit the baby. They left the baby in there with the cousin and his wife, and it happened again. And the cameras don't work. How about that? They couldn't prove that it happened, but it happened. Does that make sense to you?
Half of it doesn't make sense. It's like, did you see the police officer that was arrested
for
doing that to an 8-month-old?
Oh my God, no.
Mm-hmm.
Good God.
Yep. Terry, which case are you talking about, honey? Terry asked me in chat a question, and I don't know what I did. I lost it.
Oh, here? Is there anything you think should be covered on the county sheriff or prosecutor?
In which case?
Yeah, which case are you talking about, Terry? Yes, Kimber, I agree. Baby Lisa is close to me. You're okay, Victoria. Oh, Haley Cummings. I see what you're saying. Yes. Can you hear Terry? Which case were you referring to, hon?
Haley Cummings out of Daytona?
No, that was somebody else that said that.
Oh. I was going to say she was found finally.
What I thought, yeah. 100%. Andy. Are you talking about the carjacking case, Terry, or were you talking about something else? You still here, Terry?
I don't know if I missed a previous comment.
I'm going back. That's what I was doing right now. I was going back to see if she said something before that.
I guess I've never realized I didn't have my chat attached to my StreamYard as a guest.
I don't see another comment. Honestly, the Chiron case. Is that what you're
Kyron
talking about?
Foreman.
Is
The
that what
Kyron Foreman case.
Yeah, okay. Is that the one she's talking about?
Well, someone was talking about it, and they were pretty much accusing the stepmom, which the stepmom's been kind of shady, but the bio mom has too. There's no evidence really that either one of them was directly involved in his disappearance. He basically was dropped off at school at the science fair, walked to his classroom, and was never seen again.
Oh, yeah. I know a little bit about that one. Not a lot. I got an idea for something I was just thinking about. What if we were to, would you guys be interested? I know, well, you're working 10 hours a day and stuff like that, monsters, but I think it'd be a good idea at least once a week to do like a mashup with all of us together like this, talking about all the different cases that we all cover and so on and so forth, and just bouncing information off each other. Is anybody else interested in doing that?
Yeah, I'm game.
I'm game. I'm game to come up anytime you want me up.
Okay. And I'm sure Duchess wouldn't mind either, as long as it works around everybody's schedule. So I think that would be a great, just at least once a week, just to throw it all together and just jump up here and talk about all these different cases and throw different pieces and parts and new cases or whatever we do. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Well, what do you guys in chat? Everybody down with that too? I would love that. Awesome. That's one. Good to hear. Annie says that he made it to class, and I thought it was not after. Wait a minute. I thought was not see after drop off, not seen after drop off. And Justice said the stepmom did it.
Which
Kimber.
Haley Cummings? Is there two Haley Cummings? I think there
Haley
is
Cummings
two, isn't
wasn't
it?
found. Let me look
Haley
something
Cummings
up.
in Daytona was found.
What's
I
the
think
age
there's
for that
two.
one? Do you remember?
Oh, she's been missing for years.
Oh, different spelling. Okay.
Okay, yeah. She's talking about baby Haley Cummings. That's out
Yeah.
of Palm Beach. Yeah, that's a whole nother mess of a case.
Right.
Yeah. You listen to the 911 calls, that right there tells you what happened.
There's some sick. I don't understand these parents. What I don't get. I just don't. Yeah, let's see. There's one from 14 years ago. Haley Cummings' father released from prison 1 year ago. Haley Cummings lies in the river 10 years ago. Yeah, that's the one that I see what you're saying. And then the other one that you were talking about, she was found.
Yeah, there's two. I forgot that there was two that's missing Haley Cummings. One is an adult, and then the other one's the baby that she's talking about.
Yeah,
that case is a whole mess. That case, she wasn't originally the stepmom. Originally, she was girlfriend, and then she pretty much conned the dad into marrying her, thinking that if they got married, that he couldn't testify against her if it went to trial. But however, unbeknownst to her, here in the state of Florida, it doesn't matter if you're married or not. That law does not apply down here. They can force a husband and wife to testify against each other.
Right.
Yeah.
I think this one she was 5. This is an update kind of on this from a year ago. If anybody is lost on this, here's one
Putnam
of
County
them.
Sheriff's Office has kept open the case of the missing then 5-year-old. The Sheriff's Office says it's followed up
Yeah, she was 5. If you guys didn't hear.
on thousands of leads, which include 2 more recent leads in different states. News4Jax reporter Scott Johnson has followed this case since it first happened in 2009. Scott, you just spoke with Haley's grandmother moments ago there in Putnam County.
I did. We've kept in touch with her since '09, Joy, and she was here. She brought Ronald Cummings home to her house. They're putting him up at a place to stay for a few weeks to get acclimated back into society after serving several years for drug charges. Now she tells me that he still focuses on his daughter all these years later. To this day, the Putnam County Sheriff's Office says they still get regular tips on whatever happened to Haley Cummings. Still, there hasn't been any real progress. 2 of the most recent tips came from across the country. First, there was a person interviewed in Tennessee with possible information. That went nowhere. Then there was an interesting lead in Oregon, a transient who was claiming to be Haley and was about her age. Detectives traveled to Oregon and took DNA. It was not her. At this point, the case is moving toward cold case status. One thing that has detectives still perplexed is whether any of the people locked up for drug charges with Ronald Cummings had anything to do with their disappearance. Ronald was the only one never suspected by investigators because he was working when she disappeared and regularly spoke out about his desire to find Haley in 2009.
Please call and give it to the police department so we can get my daughter back. Please, all we want is my child. That's it. I just want my daughter back. That's all.
Ronald Cummings' then girlfriend, Misty Crosland, was watching Haley the night of her disappearance. Crosland is currently serving a decades-long prison sentence. She's not scheduled to get out until 2031. When the various suspects were sentenced to prison on drug charges, one of the hopes prosecutors had was that one of them may have information on what happened to Haley. But that never came to fruition. And now the Putnam County Sheriff's Office continues to take regular tips that to this point, 13 years later, haven't turned up anything. And there is a hefty reward out there for anyone with information who leads to finding Haley. It's $15,000. You have to call Crime Stoppers of Northeast Florida. You can't be anonymous. The number is 1-888-277-TIPS. We're live in Satsuma. Scott Johnson, Channel 4, the local station.
Scott, what about the general mood there in Satsuma? This case is now 13 years old. Is the community still focused on it, or has it been somewhat forgotten?
I've been monitoring this for more than a decade, Joy. You know, in 2010 through 2015, it was still very much on everyone's minds. When I go around the area now, it's half and half. The old timers who've been here a long time, they remember it. They know it very well. They want her found. But a lot of people have moved here and they don't know about it. I mentioned Haley Cummings to them and they say they haven't heard about that case. So it depends on who you talk to. Joy?
All right, Scott Johnson reporting live tonight. Scott, thanks for that insight. In 2019, News4Jax anchor Jennifer Waugh, she revisited the search for Haley 10 years after the girl's disappearance. You can listen to our podcast on the case, which retraces the events from that night and the endless search for answers. It's called Into Thin Air. It's available anywhere you get your podcasts.
Those
There's
are
a little
great
update.
episodes.
Yeah, that was a little update on that. Again, these are the cases that really bother me, you guys. Like Summer, Haley, I'm scared to death Sebastian's going to turn out that way. Where they're just gone and there's nothing. There's nothing pops up. There's just nothing. I don't get that. And I hate it. I hate it in a bad way because there's nothing. I feel helpless. Because I'll sit here all day and talk about it, but it does nothing. It just does nothing. They're not found. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean it's nuts, and you know, like in Summer's case, there's been several people put up rewards for Summer if is like my reward was if she was found alive, but there's been several people put up rewards that if she was found, you know, significant amounts of money, you'd think someone would come forward for it.
Yeah, especially. Yeah, I agree with that. I do. just doesn't. And I think some of that, in some senses, could have to do with the fear, maybe. You know, I've had a lot of things thrown at me about Summer. We talked about, what are your thoughts on it? What are my thoughts on it? This and that, about what happened, so on and so forth. And I've got a couple different theories. Just based on what I've seen and heard and what I covered. And I just don't get it. I don't get it. Like we talked about earlier, money will do anything. So, if anything, here's a whole bunch of money. Where's she at? Like I said, I know, and I've known for a long time. Then again, like you said, she very well could still be with us, but I just have always felt that she wasn't. And it's a bad feeling. That whole situation out there on Ben Hill Road was just not a good situation at all. I don't like a lot of things that came out. Somebody told me the other day, and I had to argue with him because I'm pretty sure it's not true, that they heard that Dawn and Candace got the boys back, and I said I don't think that's true. My understanding is that they didn't. So
I will say this: any judge that gave those boys back to those two people needs to be disbarred.
yeah, I agree. That's insanity. All you
If
have to
they
do
got
is watch.
those boys back, it would be all over YouTube.
That's exactly what I said. I said I've not seen anything. I went looking. I said I don't believe that's true. But yeah, all you need to do is go back and do a walkthrough of that house, and anybody that needs to see that. I think Chris Madonna did a walkthrough with Candace one time, and I was disgusted. There's no way them kids should be in that house. No kid. That house wasn't even fit for an animal, in my opinion. Bad situation there. What do you think? I asked Arctic one night or the other night, or I think I remember. What do you think Mind of Monsters may have happened in Summer's situation?
What I think, I will choose my words carefully, but I believe that that they did go swimming. Not going to say that the picture, we know the picture was from that day because law enforcement confirmed it was from that day. But the underage child that was there did an interview. And if you've ever been around an addict, and I'm not accusing him of anything, I'm just saying, if you've ever been around an addict, from what I could see in that video, he sure seemed like he was withdrawn to me. And I almost wonder if she was in that car, if she's not with us anymore. I have two theories. So I'll start with if she's not with us. Say she's not with us anymore. Follow my train of thought. They're in the car. They're a choice of party flavor, we'll call it, that comes in a powder form that very easily can blow around a vehicle if the windows are down. A small child in the back seat inhales that, and it's not going to take but a grain of salt. Would take a grain of salt to unalive a grown man.
Yep.
If she is still with us, and my theory is a lot longer than that, but I'll keep it short. If she is still with us, there's reports that she was playing down by the road. She was known to play down by the road.
Right.
There were two kids there's a 911 call out there where there were two kids playing down by the road.
I heard
and somebody
it. Yeah.
called it in. I grew up in the country. I understand country living. So, those hills up there, and, if you do any kind of true crime, that there's a lot of trafficking in those hills up there.
Yes,
the number of children that are missing in Tennessee will blow your mind, in Tennessee alone.
I know.
And there's so many other states that touch that state. It would have been very easy for some monster to have grabbed her, and she's gone 5 or 6 states away. And then on the other hand, and go from a female side point of view, depressed woman sees a child outside playing, grabs her, puts her in the car. Now she has a daughter of her own. There's so many different theories, but not having a solid timeline, not being able to trust any of the players in that whole case.
None of them.
You got party flavors involved, and again, choosing my words lightly for YouTube purposes. You have jail time. You have all the, I have a saying.
there's so many pieces to that puzzle. There's neighbors, there's people, there's just so many different pieces to that puzzle. I agree. Um, I the vehicle photo, the back of the truck. You know what I mean? I looked at that picture. I don't even know how many times. I just sat up all night looking at it. Based on my medical knowledge, being an EMS and stuff like that, I've had thoughts in that photo itself of different things. And then other situations. There was a group, an organization, I can't remember the name of it, that came forward, and I can't remember who put it out and gave it to me. But they do satellite photo. And said that they saw, and I could not get this information. It drove me nuts, which is why I didn't follow it. But that they took pictures from that day and they found 10 Ben Hill Road and watched Molly. If I'm trying to remember this, if you're still here, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, it was either 3 or 4 people get into a vehicle and drive off to a place quite a ways out in the woods. Get out of the car, and 4 people go into the woods, and there was no way to tell adult or child, but you could just tell it was 4 people. They go into the woods, and they're in there for a little while, and then 3 people come out, get in the car, and they leave. Okay, it was 4. Thank you. And I cannot. I mean, I went looking and digging and looking for this, and I can't find it anywhere. And there's never been any follow up with it. I've heard on here, LE, nothing like that. So I don't know anything if there's anything to that, but it was really interesting when I heard it. And I can't remember the name of the organization, and I lost all of that. And I always wondered about that. I wondered about. I knew she played down by the road a lot. She was never watched, guys. They just let these kids do whatever. That's another big problem I had. And I'm actually shocked that nothing happened before it did, but with the other boys either. But yeah.
Well, they've lost multiple sets of children between the 2 of them. So, I mean,
yeah, definitely. That's another issue too.
You know, but I told Dago my theory in back chat and Discord, but I'll go ahead and go over it. I mean, my mind has always gone to Jody Sue Brown and her son Damien, because Jody Sue came out of the woodwork like a goddamn cockroach, has grifted more off of Summer's case than just about anyone, changed her story multiple times. Her son Damien was a horny teenage boy who had just gotten caught days earlier looking in little girls' windows. Mm-hmm. And, you know, that's where my mind goes.
Right.
See, and that's a good theory too, because that whole thing is just she's too much. And he just and gone out of the picture too. You don't even hear about him anymore.
Right. And I had a couple of my own. One was, especially after watching the interaction with I don't mind the thing. It's Hunter and Candace when they went down to the horse pond or whatever the hell they call that. Summer being as small as she is. Now there's 2 variations to this theory itself. The water was 70 degrees that day. Summer weighed like nothing, guys. I can't remember the exact weight sheet. I have it all in notes, but the water was 70 degrees. She's tiny, very, very small, little girl. And so 70 degrees is not very warm to be swimming in. Okay. So, you know, one, hypothermia is a real thing. Okay. But I had to bounce that backwards a little bit because it is so warm there, so on and so forth. Have a great night, Tomboy. Thank you for joining us tonight. But then there was talk about, I remember in Hunter's interview, how she went under the water. She's short too, and those rocks in those ponds. I talked to somebody that lives down around that area and says that there's always a coating to the rocks. It's all rock bottom. It's not a flat like surface on the bottom, the floor in there, or the ground, not the floor. So there's like big rocks all over the place, and you have to like kind of step over them to move around. And there's like a slime. We know what I'm talking about, like a mossy slime that's on these rocks, and they're very hard to stand on. You slide, which as she's playing out there trying to move across like an algae, thank you, Andy, kept slipping on this probably and kept going under the water as he was explaining. And she couldn't keep her head above the water, I think, and kept going under and under and under. Well, dry drowning is a thing, folks. Okay. And as I was, if my understanding that was an issue at one point, but my understanding now is that photo in the back of the truck was from that day. I couldn't take my eyes off of her nail beds. I kept going back. This is my medical experience. The nail beds, when you're lacking oxygen, were the quickest to your nails. Your body will draw oxygen from any part of your body to get it to have that oxygen. Her nail beds, and I had to look at it 1,000 times, looked blue to me. Okay. Now there was some dirt. Yes, I saw that, but it looked like it was discolored, which means there's a lack of oxygen in her body. Okay. Meaning she's probably struggling to breathe, blah, 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 whatever. But if she dry drowned and had water in her lungs, okay, falls asleep, whatever, not to mention the temperature, her being cold, possibly, all of this stuff. Right. Blue means no oxygen, 100%. And put these things together in one little basket. And I very possibly think she fell asleep. We saw in the picture. The mother gets home. I don't think that storyline is right at all. And I think she went on about her business. They were drinking and doing whatever they were doing. I'll just say that. And forgot that Summer was in the car sleeping. And then we have heat as well, possibly. So there's multiple versions of what could have happened, but I think she forgot about Summer, my apologies, and came out realizing where's Summer? She's not around here. And Summer was gone. And she panicked and called Dawn because that's what she's supposed to do. And I think that there was a handoff possibly, and that Dawn may have taken and went somewhere else and did what he did. Now that's kind of a theory I've had based on different things. And then there was also another one that involved Summer Wells is who I'm talking about, Michelle. That involved something draw Latina. I don't know if you guys have heard her yet, Arctic or Mind of Monsters. She's a psychiatrist and a medical doctor that comes in here with us. She started talking about something called familia trafficking per se, where within different families, and especially in that area, she researched it, there is families that will traffic their own children for different scenarios. And that one really makes a lot of sense to me as well in some senses. So that's kind of the two different directions I've gone. That one, there was mistakes made and neglect, and she passed along and they covered it up because they were already in trouble with CSB, as we knew that they were coming out there again. And so I don't know, I don't know because we don't have 100% of the facts, but these are the things that I've been able to put together and from what I've seen. So the polygraphs thing, I can't read it. Did they both take a polygraph? Do you guys remember?
I believe they did.
I thought they did. I thought both of them did too. Let me see something here.
I never saw an official update from results from them.
Neither did I. That's why I couldn't answer that myself. I agree, Paula, but they certainly didn't make themselves look good with Dawn dropping the N-word on panels and Candace doing toothless. No, they didn't at all. Again, they didn't seem to have. They didn't seem to care, in my opinion. It was one of the most disgusting things I ever saw in my life when they did the first interview with Dawn and Candace, and she looked like she was just not even there. Like she was zooted out on something. I don't know, guys. I had a bad feeling about them from the very beginning. Okay, so yeah, that's right. Lawson said they passed. They both passed. I don't trust him anyway, so I don't know.
Nope.
Well,
I don't have a high opinion.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I don't have a high opinion of Tennessee law enforcement in the first place.
No. Oh, no, and I wasn't a big fan of Lawson's myself. What were you going to say, Arctic?
Oh, I was just going to say that Dr. Phil interview just made him look bad. And my best advice to any family of a missing child is not to go on the Dr. Phil show, because that's what he specializes in, is making you look bad.
Yeah, him and Nancy should be married, I think.
Well, like I always say, Nancy is just Bullhorn Betty with a bigger bullhorn.
Uh-huh. I agree. That's a good way to put it. I agree. So, definitely. In that house, I told my husband I saw, there is no way they could have searched that house. No. That house was, if you're talking about the Wells house, that just makes me sick every time I think about it. The basement, they didn't have, it was not a place for a child to live. They had Summer on a mattress in a corner in the basement, really? And it looks to me, and I always had this feeling too, that those boys were treated better than she was the whole time. This is her play area. And did you notice that after McDonough did his walkthrough of the house, okay, and then conveniently, the next time somebody came back in, it looked more like it was for children to live. You know what I mean? It still wasn't great, but I've never seen that before. She was always higher than groceries. That's hilarious, Paula. Never heard that term. But yeah, it was horrific. The house, and then there's just so many things that went with that. You know, hearing that Summer used to sleep with them and their bed and blah blah blah. The boys had those whatever generic homemade bunk beds that Dawn built, and blah blah blah. But again, they showed her mattress in the middle of the floor over in the corner with God knows what else is in that basement. With that door right there. I mean, who?
Well, and you know, Don is a drywall guy, and half the walls were missing in the damn house.
Right. Well, they fixed all that when they had to. You know, that stupid climb under the counter to go to the basement stair. What the hell was that? I never seen anything like that in my life. That was crazy. But yeah, once they realized they had to fix it, then they did, and it still wasn't even done right, in my opinion. Still wasn't. I remember when McDonough was doing that, they panned over with the camera towards the what looks like it's a kitchen. You know, the thousands of dishes stacked on the counter and a table full of crap, and you could literally see the bugs crawling all over the place in there too. And I get, you know, cockroaches and things like that happen, but it didn't look like anybody was even trying to not have those issues. You know what I'm saying? At least most people try to not have those issues if they have them. They were adding to the problems. I think they didn't care.
Kim, I am from the country. I'm from Paducah, Kentucky, and I grew up in the sticks.
Yeah, I'm in the deep country where I live right now.
Yeah, I grew up in the boondocks, and we actually owned a junkyard. So, you know, I understand being country, but there's a difference in being country and not having the pride to take care of your home or your children.
Yeah, you can be country
and letting, you know, RSOs come around your kids, and you know, and I mean, there were several of them. If you dig into the people that, and I did back then, if you dig into the people that was around that baby, then there was a lot of people that should have never been around that child that stayed in the house when she was little.
Yeah.
But I'm from the country, so I understand having vehicles in the yard, and, you know, you might have field mice that come in because that's country living.
Right. No, I get it, but no, I can't. There's no excuse for any of that. Okay, you can clean your house, you can wash your dishes, you can do stuff. If you do drywall, you can make bedrooms for your children. And if the house is not accommodating for that, then you find another place to live for your children. If not for you two, for your children. That's just all you do. And don't say they didn't have money, because they had money. Okay, they just chose to spend it in different ways that they didn't, rather than for their children. I'm sorry, but yeah, I live way deep in the country. So, and I've been raised in the country my whole life, so I know all about what the country life is like. I'm not saying anything about the exterior of the home. I'm talking about inside that house and the living quarters for themselves as well as their children. It just is not a place for children to live. I didn't think it was good enough for animals, let alone children. So, yeah, she says it looked way worse before they got it. Yeah, I remember it belonged to his stepfather and his mother, but still, you make it living worthy, for lack of better terms. I couldn't think right now, but Don said, yeah, he did say it. He said it himself. Wrong friends from the beginning. Then they had, what was it, Jose living there, and they had there was a few other people. There's quite a few people that should have never been in that house, and they didn't seem to care who they had around their kids. That was a problem for me too. Your children. Go ahead.
Monsters. There's one guy, I can't think of it. I'd have to go grab my notebooks, and they're out in the storage. But there was one guy that was around her when she was a baby. You can find pictures of her, and they're building a brick-o-block wall on the outside. And that guy has some pretty bad charges, like bad charges against children. Yeah. And she's outside in her panties.
A lot. There was a lot of pictures I saw that I was not comfortable with. A lot of times. And you just don't have that around. Yeah, 100%. I agree. I wasn't saying that, Kim, okay? Listen. No one's saying that, but being dirty and living like that does not mean you hurt your child. I wasn't putting those two together. I was saying that the original thing that started this conversation was the fact that somebody stated that they gave the boys back to him, and I said they shouldn't have because the house was disgusting and it wasn't a place that children should be living in. That's what I was saying. You need to have a clean home for your children to be healthy in is one thing, okay? I don't mean that you're right. Just because you don't know how to keep a home clean and to be sanitary for your children to keep them healthy, it doesn't mean you would purposely hurt your children. That's why there's two separate things for me. I'm saying, and not to mention, there's so much more than just themselves that I'm talking about. They're the neighbors around, like Arctic was talking about, and the other guy down, what was Fred Hill, and there's just so many things to this story that are not right. And what Mina Monsters just said about the people that they kept around, the friends that they had around, the partying, the drugs, the this, the that. I mean, there's just too many things, Those kids were the very last thing, in my opinion. Those kids were the very last thing that were on those parents' minds. The very last. Everything else was more important than those kids. And children are our number one priority, period. And they should always be. That's what the conversation was, is that I had heard somebody told me that they thought that they got the boys back, and I said I didn't believe that was true because I don't think they ever will. And
From
like
what I
Arctic
heard,
said,
the boys are happy where they
that's
were.
what I heard too. They were very happy because they're living a normal life for a change, where they're getting fed real food, normal times of the day, and they're clean. They have clothes. You know what I'm saying? And good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm sad that Summer can't be there with them, but I don't know. Yeah, I've seen him on many panels. I've seen her on a couple panels and phone calls. They're just a mess. I'm sorry. They're a mess. And I pray that was a wrong piece of information and that the boys are living a good life where they're at and they should stay there.
Yep.
That's
yeah. On Facebook is they were happy and just for their sake and the fact that she is still missing and there is no answers and no details. They're safer where they are because who knows if the parents didn't have anything to do with it. And I'm not laying blame on them. I'm just saying, say, if you look at it from a different point, they didn't have anything to do with it. They're completely innocent. Somebody that was in that area, that's not somewhere that you just drive by and, oh, you're on Ben Hill Road. No, that's not like being here where I live.
Yeah, you got to get out there to get to out there, period. It's out there and it's up there and it's out in the woods for real. No, I know who you're talking about, Kimber. I get it. And I'm right there with you with him too. I was never comfortable with the story. I was never comfortable with the way things were explained. I was never comfortable with the situation between all of them. You're getting different stories from different people, Grandis and Candace and Dawn and all these other people that should have never been involved, you know? And it's just like, it's a huge mess.
And the
I
truth
agree.
don't change. If you tell the truth, then you don't have to change your story. It's the truth. The truth doesn't change.
Yeah, and
So
that
I always
story,
say both sides.
they could probably write 15 different books for as much as that story's changed. Yes, she does. She definitely does. All right, guys. It's 12:30 a.m. here, and we've been here 4 hours, so I think it's time to bring it down. But I've enjoyed this, and like I said, I want to do stuff like this at least once a week, where we can all get together and conversate about different things. Like I said, I'd love to do a refresher on Summer's case, and Arctic said he would love to join me. Of course, you're welcome, Mind of Monsters, too, if you'd like to throw in pieces and parts of stuff, too. As we do that, to refresh everybody, to warm it back up a little bit, because it's been cold for a while, and I don't like that. And that goes along with some of these other cases that have gone cold, too, guys. I'd love to talk about them and just refresh everybody and remind everybody that these children are still missing.
Absolutely.
So thank you for joining me, both of you. I really, really appreciate it very much. And I will talk to you guys soon and detail that and see how we can put that together.
Yeah, I'd be honored. Thank you.
It would be a great thing, I think, and everybody in the chat said they would love it too. So I think that's going to do it for me for tonight, guys. And I'll be back here hopefully tomorrow. I'll be here during the day. I had all sorts of stuff today. Today I had to do, so I couldn't do my daytime thing, but that's about going to do it then. So you two have a wonderful rest of your night. I appreciate you very much.
Oh,
You too. Thanks for having us.
Every time and anytime, guys. Thank you very much. Everybody in chat, guys, thank you so very much for joining us tonight. For those of you guys that are still here, I appreciate it. I loved all the ideas you guys threw out tonight on ways that we can change things up in this scenario. So if you guys can, just keep all of these horrible stories in the back of your minds and all these missing children and missing people in the back of your minds and your prayers and all that stuff and all your thoughts, guys. Please, if you will. I really appreciate it. I appreciate you all. Guys, please don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves. As I always say, you're the beautiful people. You all have a wonderful night, and I will see you soon, folks. Good night, and God bless.